Good evening. Today is Tuesday, January the 20th, 2026. It's 7 p.m. I'd like to call our regular Board of Selectmen's meeting to order.
Troy Lemire.
Kevin Bishop.
Paul Marino.
Paul Harrington.
Todd Archelashi.
Glenn Albanesius.
William Hester.
Cheryl Heffernan McGlynn.
William Pozo.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 3, agenda review. Does anyone have anything? Item 4, approval of the minutes of our regular meeting on January the 5th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Troy. Any discussion, corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining?
Stay.
601. Minutes are approved. Item number 5, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen welcomes public comments. Speakers be limited to 3 minutes or less and may speak once this round. Please give your name and your address. Frank, just turn on the microphone.
Speaking, Frank J. Oliveri, 108 Schuler Drive. Tonight I speak to you as a citizen of the town of Winchester. I believe tonight starts the budget process, and I think we are in some sort of, I don't want to say bad times, but times where we have to be very frugal on what we do and what we look at. And that means maybe holding back any new programs. And if we do get a program that's new and people want it, what are they gonna give up for it? In time and money, the same. So this way we can manage the budget. And this is what I think should start tonight. Whatever enhancements come in front of you, that what is that department gonna give up in cost to cover that process? I don't wanna go into, hiring freezes or things like that, but that should be where we go for starting tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Who else wishes to speak?
Good evening. Carrie Taylor, 2 Sadler Heights, Chimera Sanctuary and Rescue. Good evening. We are here tonight to present the relevant facts concerning the dogs seized in the Smollett animal cruelty case, specifically the civil action filed by the town of Winchester and Harwinton Animal Control Officer Mike Chris, seeking custody of those dogs. Sarah Smollett currently faces 42 counts of animal cruelty in Winstead and Sanford, as well as charges related to the larceny and disappearance of the dog Marshmallow and other related offenses. This presentation relies on evidence obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, including police reports, court orders, court transcripts, and email correspondence, all of which have been compiled and highlighted for your review. We believe the board and the public have been misled through the omission of critical facts. It is essential that you have a complete and accurate understanding of the record before entering executive session tonight, where you may be asked to approve a proposed agreement that could continue to violate court orders and place both the town and the dogs at risk. We will walk you through a clear, evidence-supported timeline following the town's civil filing. That record shows that the court-approved agreement signed by Michael Chris, filed by the town attorney Nelligan, and approved by the civil court judge has been violated multiple times. The timeline further shows that the Harwinton Animal Control Officer, acting at the direction of attorney Nelligan, place dogs with fosters in direct violation of the court's orders. There's a strong appearance of impropriety involving Attorney Nelligan and Small X counsel James Saraceni in connection with these placements. You will hear the date, July 1st, 2025, referenced repeatedly this evening. It's a critical deadline and relevant to multiple violations. In open court, the judge expressly stated that any agreement could not allow Smollett to retain control over the dogs. Despite this, foster applications connected to Smollett were submitted in June of 2025, with Attorney Saraceni involved in their submission and communication, demonstrating continued control in violation of the court's directive. Under the court-approved agreement, foster options proposed by Smollett were to be considered only after July 1st, 2025, and only if suitable non-affiliated placements could not first be secured by the Simon Foundation. Nevertheless, at the direction of the town, the dogs were placed with Smollett associated fosters prior to the July 1st deadline, and they remain there today.
Thank you.
Good evening, thank you.
Name for the record.
Robin
and address.
Zillick, Hanamella, 33 Silverbrook Road. We will present evidence that the Smollett Associated Fosters, Darren O'Halloran, who received Oakley, Elizabeth Ben Claire, who received Fluke, and Lourdes Liz Castro, who received Eeyore, have each repeatedly violated their foster agreements. Under both the court's orders and the foster contracts, the town has full legal authority to immediately remove the dogs from their care. You will also hear evidence that Attorney Nelligan, through communications with the Harwinton Animal Control Officer, repeatedly directed the Simon Foundation to facilitate the adoption of Ike, a surrendered and town-owned dog, to a personal associate of Smollett in Georgia, despite Simon clearly stating the individual was not a suitable adopter. The surrender form for Ike has yet to be signed by the town per the court-ordered civil agreement. You will also hear evidence regarding the dog Brixby, who remains kenneled at a private facility selected by Smollett and under her control, where the dog has experienced prolonged confinement without training, enrichment, or meaningful human interaction, despite the Simon Foundation repeatedly offering placement for Brixby since August 2025. You will hear directly from the Simon Foundation this evening. The foundation was asked only to assist in identifying foster placements and was never given authority to approve or deny fosters. Any claim that the Simon Foundation approved Smollett Associated foster placements is false. The foundation had appropriate non-affiliated placements available well before July 1st, in compliance with the court's order. The town was informed of this in August 2025. To date, no action has been taken to return the dogs in compliance with the court's order. A new agreement is now being negotiated between Smollett and the town that would require her to relinquish the dogs, but would nevertheless create a pathway for the dogs to remain with or be permanently placed with individuals associated with Smollett. We urge the town leadership, after reviewing the full factual record, to act decisively to return Oakley, Fluke, Eeyore for foster to the Simon Foundation for safe, independent foster placement, and to halt any adoption efforts involving Smollett associated individuals where prior placements violated court orders. We urge the town leadership to sign the surrender form for Ike. We urge the town leadership to move Brixby to the Simon Foundation for kenneling. Doing so will restore compliance with the court order and mitigate further legal action and operational risk to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, Brigsby is currently in the care of the Simon Foundation.
Thank you.
Name and
Jennifer
address.
French, 33 Nichols Street. I am the president of Bikers Against Animal Cruelty. Here we would like to present a timeline of what has transpired in this case for you to consider. On April 3rd, of 2025, please see Exhibit 1 in your packet. Small Axe attorney Sarancini provided a list of suggested fosters to Winsted Police Department, including Elizabeth Hernciar, Darren O'Halloran, and others. The town was aware, or should have been aware, of Small Axe options to foster per this police report. On May 12th of 2025, please see Exhibit 2, the town of Winsted files a civil case against Small Axe to gain ownership of 21 dogs seized in a criminal case. The complainant details the condition of the dogs and the horrific conditions that they were kept in. On May 30th of 2025, which is Exhibit 3, the civil case transcript shows that Small Axe attorney Saracini and town attorney Nelligan agree verbally to a deal which includes 10 dogs being surrendered to the town, and per Small Axe attorney, quote, "The town is going to have the Simon Foundation find owners for these dogs," end quote. Judge Lohr instructs any, quote, "agreement made between the town and Small Axe does not place the canines back into the defendant's care, custody, or control." The town and Small Axe are to submit the final details of the deal to the court in writing. On June 1st of 2025, the Harwinton ACO calls the Simon Foundation to inform them of the 10 dogs being released to Simon Foundation to be adopted per the deal between the town and Small Axe. Harwinton ACO asks if they would be able to help with foster arrangements for the remaining dogs, to which they agreed. Simon was given until 6/18 to process all applications for the dogs. Simon's response was that this wasn't a reasonable amount of time to process applications for 10 dogs. The Simon Foundation was not told that this was the deadline approved by the court. On June 5th of 2025, which is Exhibit 4, the ACO handed the Simon Foundation a list of persons who may be applying for the dogs, but did not inform them the list was of Small Axe associates. The list included Elizabeth Hernciar, Darren O'Halloran, Lourdes Castro, and Alana Janokos, among others. This list overlaps with the list of Small Axe fosters in the police report from April 3rd, 2025 in Exhibit 1. Thank you.
Nicole Shishevitz, 38 Partridge Lane. I am with Chimera Sanctuary and Rescue. Timeline Part 2, from 6/5 to 6/8/2025, Exhibit 5. Darren O'Halloran applies to foster Oakley, and Elizabeth Hernciar applies to foster Fluke. Both indicate they know Small Axe on their applications. On 6/9, Exhibit 6, the civil agreement is filed with court and formally approved. It stipulates 10 of the dogs are surrendered to town, which were then surrendered to Simon Foundation for ownership. The 10 remaining dogs are staying in temporary custody of the town and can go only to personal fosters. And one dog, Brixby, must stay in a kennel environment at no cost to town. It sets an initial deadline of 6/18 to approve non-affiliated fosters before Small Axe could present options to be, quote, considered, end quote. On 6/12/2025, Exhibit 7, Darren, Elizabeth, and Lourdes all send an email to Simon Foundation with a CC to Small Axe attorney Saracini, indicating they were asked to establish this record of communication. This clearly establishes Small Axe control over the dog's placement via her attorney, Saracini. It further establishes their applications dated well before the 6/18 date, where they would be considered per the deal. On 6/13/2025, Exhibit 8, Lourdes Castro applies to foster Eeyore. Please note the dates of these applications are in advance of the June 18th, 2025 date. At the same time, Simon informs the Harwinton ACO that people from the list they provided were applying to foster the dogs. Simon Foundation asked Harwinton ACO if they should disqualify these applicants. After confirming with the town attorney, the ACO instructs Simon to proceed with them as options, even though they were not yet eligible. 6/17/2025, an extension is filed by town to move the hearing to 7/1. 6/17/25, Exhibit 9. Simon approves non-affiliated foster for Ike, Oakley, Eeyore, and Fluke as the best candidates for these dogs and before the 6/18 date. These safe foster options are recommended to Harwinton ACO. 6/2025, Exhibit 10. Amended agreement is filed and approved by the court, and it retroactively surrenders Ike to the town of Winsted as of 5/30. Ike was added to the list of dogs already relinquished to the Simon Foundation, yet they were not notified of this, and they did not receive the required surrender form for him, as they did for the rest of the dogs surrendered. This amendment also extended the deadline to 7/1 before small X fosters could be considered for foster placement. Lourdes, Darren, Elizabeth, and Alana now cannot be considered until 7/1. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tina St. Germain, 10 Grove Heights. I am with Desmond's Army. I'm the Law Advocates. On June 24th, 2025, Exhibit 11. This contains all the emails between Simon Foundation and the Harwinton ACO. You will see the pattern of these emails show that the Harwinton ACO directs Simon repeatedly to place dogs with Smolax Associates at the direction of the town attorney. Here are some excerpts. June 25th, 2025. Simon Foundation emails ACO expressing concern for Lourdes Castro and her affiliation to Smolac and asked if they could deny her application for Eeyore. Simon is told to move forward with placing Eeyore with Lourdes by the ACO, even though another safe foster was approved on June 17th. Exhibit 9, in violation of the court agreement. June 27th, 2025. Exhibit 8. Lourdes picks up Eeyore to foster, which is prior to the July 1st deadline, again against court orders. Lourdes signs a foster agreement stating that the town of Winchester can remove the dogs from her care at any time for any reason. June 29th, 2025. Exhibit 11. Simon emails that they want to deny application for Darren to foster Oakley, but are told by the ACO that, per the town attorney, they must move forward with Darren, even though another safe foster was already approved on June 17th, again in violation of the court agreement. June 30th, 2025, Exhibit 11, per the ACO, at the town attorney's direction, Oakley is placed with Darren and Fluke is placed with Elizabeth, prior to the July 1st deadline, again, against court orders. And both fosters sign agreements, Exhibit 5, stating that the town of Winchester can remove the dogs from their care at any time for any reason. By June 30th, prior to the July 1st deadline, all three dogs, Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore, were placed in the care of fosters suggested by Smolac, violating the July 1st deadline before they should have ever been considered and clearly under Smolac's control, as evidenced by Saraceni's involvement in their application process. Exhibit 7.
Good evening. Greg Cross, 6 Freedom Drive. I'm the Animal Welfare Coordinator for Bikers Against Animal Cruelty. In mid-July, Simon Foundation received an application for adoption from Ike's current foster, wanting to formally adopt him, and Simon felt strongly they were the best candidate for adoption. When Simon expressed their opinion that the current foster was the best choice, they were told by the Harwinton ACO they could not adopt Ike to the current foster, and per the attorney, they had to move forward with the adoption to Smolak's associate, Alana Janokas, in Georgia. The email correspondence also contained in Exhibit 11 between Harwinton ACO and Simon Foundation, shows several emails in which Simon requests the town to reconsider adopting Ike to Alana. The ACO continues to respond. Per the attorney, Ike must go to Alana, even though Simon shared red flags such as the inability to get proper vet references and other needed information from Alana. Correspondence continues in this vein, and the Simon Foundation finds social media posts evidencing Alana is using abusive training practices on one of her dogs, Exhibit 12. At this point, the posts are shared with the town as further evidence as to why Alana is an inappropriate choice of adopter. Further pressure to adopt Ike to Alana has since stopped. Why would the town be trying to force the adoption of Ike to a Smolak associate instead of surrendering the dog to Simon per the court order? The dog is surrendered and known by the town. Nothing in the civil court agreement or criminal case speaks to permitting Smolak associates access to surrendered dogs. In fact, the agreement states the surrendered dogs would be turned over to the foundation, Simon Foundation, for ownership and adoption. We have provided a copy of the agreement, Exhibit 6 and 10, and you can see for yourself. Repeated requests have been made that the town sign over Ike to the Simon Foundation for adoption, and the town refuses to do so. Thank you.
My name is Marissa Bollier, 9 Woodridge Circle, and I am a member of Bikers Against Animal Cruelty. Claims by the town that the court will not permit the adoption of Ike to his current foster or surrender to the Simon Foundation are false. On August 15th, in criminal court, after concerns about the attempted adoption of Ike to Alana came to light, the state's attorney asked for clarification on the jurisdiction of the dogs. There is nothing in the transcript from Judge Proleski or state's attorney that prohibits the surrender of Ike to Simon Foundation. We have provided a copy of the transcript for your review, Exhibit 13. Claims by the town that the Simon Foundation approved the placement of Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore are also false. It's critical to know that it isn't until August 14th that Simon Foundation is made aware for the first time that 1, the court has instructed Smolak have no control over the dogs, and 2, that any of the foster options presented by Smolak could not even be considered prior to July 1st. When they found this out and realized that the foster placements with Elizabeth, Darren, and Lourdes were in violation of court orders, they immediately emailed the state's attorney, animal advocate attorney, and town leadership, suggesting the dogs be moved immediately to unaffiliated fosters, Exhibit 14. Additionally, as shown in the previous timeline, they were given no authority to deny Smolak's applicants. In fact, they were directed by the town to place the dogs with them.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Strickland. I am the Canine Adoption Coordinator for the Simon Foundation. I have been working for nearly a year. I've assisted the town with the dogs seized in the Sarah Smolak animal cruelty case. I am speaking tonight because it is important that you hear these facts directly from us. When the Harmonton Animal Control Officer and the town of Winsted asked the Simon Foundation to assist with screening foster applicants for 10 dogs, we agreed immediately. Our goal was simple, to help the dogs, the true victims, excuse me, by placing them in safe, appropriate environments. We understood that to be the town's goal as well. We were told our role was limited to screening foster applications as we screen adopters, and forwarding our recommendations for denials to the Harmonton ACO, who would make the final placement decisions. At no point were we informed of the court agreement, the judge's order, that Smolak was not to have control over the dogs or the deadlines and conditions governing when non-affiliated fosters versus Smolak-suggested fosters could be considered. We were given a list of names of people who might apply to foster without being told who they were. Only later, after applicants were submitted, did we learn these individuals were foster options proposed by Smolak, including Elizabeth Hernsair, Lourdes Castro, and Darren O'Halloran. When applicants disclosed personal relationships with her, we raised concerns repeatedly and were told that, per the town attorney, we had to move forward. Because we were never informed of the court agreement, we believed these applicants were legally eligible for consideration. Our hand was forced to approve placements with Smolak's associates after our objections were overruled and we were directed by the ACO, per the town attorney, to proceed. We submitted strong alternative foster candidates, yet were repeatedly instructed to move forward with her associates. We were also directed by the town to facilitate the adoption of Ike to Ilana Ginokos in Georgia. We were never told Ike had been surrendered by Smolak and in turn should have been surrendered to us. We identified major inconsistencies in Ilana's application, were unable to verify veterinary references, and uncovered videos of abusive training practices. Meanwhile, Ike's Connecticut foster family still wants to adopt him, and we support that placement. Still, we were told to move forward with Ilana by the town. It was not until mid-August that we learned the terms of the court order. We immediately notified the town that had we been informed, these placements would never have occurred since they violated the order. We asked that the town return Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore for appropriate placement. To be clear, the Simon Foundation had no control or authority over these foster placements. We relied on information provided by the Harwinton ACO and the town attorney and followed their directions. The dogs deserve better. Thank you.
My name is Andrea Karen, 801 11 o'clock Road. I am a member of Desmond's Army. Violation of foster agreements and Brixby. In addition to needing to move the dogs away from Smolak Associates to be in compliance with court orders and the approved court agreement, the town also has the power to remove the dogs from Darren, Elizabeth, and Lourdes because they have violated their foster contract, Exhibits 5 and 8. According to police reports, Exhibit 15, Attorney Nelligan calls for wellness checks to begin in mid-August. All fosters who are not affiliated with Smolak are compliant and willing to produce the dogs for inspection. However, on 8/19, when the Harwinton ACOs attempt to check on the dogs with Smolak's fosters, they are all non-compliant and refuse to produce the dogs for inspection. Later that day, the Harwinton ACO receives a call from Smolak's attorney asking why they were checking on the dogs and requesting to stop wellness checks until Attorney Nelligan returned from vacation. This evidences, in addition to Saraceni being involved in the application process for Smolak's associates, he and his client Smolak are still controlling what is happening with the dogs while under foster. Further noncompliance of Smolak's fosters is evidenced by multiple attempts at wellness checks by Norwalk ACOs, Harwinton ACOs, and Winchester Police Department. The Smolak fosters continue to refuse access to the dogs. It isn't until September 10th, a full month after wellness checks started, that the Smolak fosters permit Harwinton ACOs to conduct checks. It was only after Smolak's attorney approved and scheduled checks that Smolak's fosters complied. This is even more evidence of Smolak's control over the dogs via her attorney. These are repeated violations of the foster contract, Exhibit 5 and 8, which state, foster agrees that upon demand, the town of Winchester will have access to the animal for inspection and welfare checks. The other relevant provision in the foster agreement states that the town can remove the dogs at any time for any reason. This gives the town every right to revoke the dogs from their current foster placement with Darren, Elizabeth, and Lourdes. And then, of course, there's the matter of Brixby, another victim of Smolak, who was required by a court-approved agreement to be fostered in a kennel environment. Instead of taking advantage of Simon Foundation's offer to foster Brixby in a kennel free of charge, with training and socialization resources to support him, the town and Harwinton ACO decided instead to send Brixby to a private kennel of Smolak's choosing and at her cost. As noted in the police report, Exhibit 15, Brixby has not been physically checked on, and per the kennel owner, it was reported he is not getting any training or socialization in this kennel. The town has decided to let Brixby, already severely harmed, decline further in a 6x9 cage for months with no training or socialization. There is yet to be any justification as to why the town made this decision either.
Good evening. Jamie Phillips, 286 Shrub Road. I'm here with Desmond Army. Last week, on January 14th, Town Attorney Nelligan and Smolak's counsel participated in a remote hearing in the civil case. Following that hearing, the court issued an order referenced as Exhibit 16 stating, counsel reports that they have partially resolved this matter with a signed stipulation wherein the defendant is surrendering rights to the dogs. Plaintiff's counsel is awaiting approval of the town's government officials. That order places the responsibility of approval and compliance squarely with you, the town's selectmen, and it requires careful due diligence before any further agreement is approved by you to be submitted to the court. The judge indicated that this new deal should be filed on or before February 19th, 2026. As we understand it, Small Axe attorney is requesting that as part of the stipulation of surrender, all current fosters of the dogs have right of first refusal to adopt. There should be no conditions attached to this surrender that would allow Small Axe Associates to adopt these dogs. Such conditions would be inconsistent with the court's prior orders and undermine the purpose of the civil action, which was filed so the town could vest ownership of the dogs and ensure their placement in safe, appropriate homes. If the town were to agree to a stipulation containing such conditions, Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore would remain at risk of continued involvement with individuals connected to Small Axe, contrary to the intent of the court's orders and the objectives of the civil case. Given that the court's orders were previously violated when these dogs were placed with those fostered, a prompt corrective action is required. Specifically, Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore should be removed from their current foster and returned to the Simon Foundation for appropriate placement. Brixby should be transferred to the Simon Foundation, and Ike's surrender forms should be executed. The town has alternatives beyond accepting a conditional surrender. The Simon Foundation is willing to accept custody of all surrendered dogs and place them in permanent adoptive homes. To do so effectively, the foundation must be allowed to operate independently without involvement from Small Axe, her counsel, the town attorney, or the Harwinton Animal Control Officer, consistent with the intent of the original court-approved agreement. The Simon Foundation should be permitted to apply its standard, well-established adoption practices without coercion and interference. If a full unconditional surrender of all dogs cannot be achieved at this time, we respectfully request, at a minimum, that the town immediately remove Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore from their current foster placements, transfer Brixby to the Simon Foundation for foster care, and execute Ike's surrender form.
Caroline Banks, 2815 Cropsey Avenue. I'm with AMA Animal Rescue. With the information provided this evening, it should now be clear that 3 dogs, Oakley, Fluke, Eeyore, were placed with individuals associated with Small Axe at the direction of the town attorney through the Harwinton ACO, without approval of the Simon Foundation and in violation of the court's orders. These placements occurred prior to the July 1st, 2025 deadline. Under the civil agreement in the matter of the town of Winchester, Michael Chris, Harwinton Animal Control versus Small Axe, it should be apparent that Small Axe has maintained control over these dogs through her attorney, James Saraceni. Beginning when foster applications were submitted to the Simon Foundation, which is inconsistent with the judge's order that Small Axe was not to have control over the dogs. You've been presented with evidence that the fosters proposed by Small Axe for placement have repeatedly violated their foster contracts. Those violations, together with the foster contract language stating that the town of Winchester can remove the dogs from their care at any time for any reason, further confirms the town's authority to remove the dogs from those placements. With respect to Brixby, the record reflects that Small Axe has been permitted to control his placement by selecting the private kennel where he was housed. In August 2025, the Simon Foundation has offered a safer and more appropriate alternative, one in which Small Axe has no control and where Brixby can receive the behavioral and emotional support required. The appropriate course here is straightforward. Finally, the materials provided raise serious questions about the judgment, motives, and actions of the town leadership in this matter, and whether those actions have been consistent with the town's obligations and the welfare of the dogs the town is responsible for protecting. If town council suggests that a prosecutor or a judge required placement with Small Axe Associates that must be supported by the record. We respectfully urge you to ask council to produce the specific written order or transcript reflecting those requirements, if they exist. If you are told that Small Axe or the Fosters in question will sue the town, you must weigh that claim against the protections already in place. The court-approved agreement and the foster contract signed by the Fosters, which expressly preserve the town's authority to remove the dogs in any event, even if council asserts the dogs are fine in their current placement, that does not relieve the town of its obligation to comply with the court's orders. Thank you.
Once again, just reiterating, Brigsby is in the Simon Foundation's care.
Mr. Mayor, as of when, if we may inquire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 2:13 this afternoon, I received an email that Brigsby, I can't tell you if it happened prior to 2:13, but at 2:13 this afternoon, I was made aware that Brigsby has left Stonehill and has been transferred to Simon. We do have a representative from Simon, and I know this is public input. Can you confirm that Brigsby is at Simon or is on his way? So I know speeches were probably pre-written, we understand that, but I think it's important that, and that's why I keep motioning to the mayor to state that you all are saying that we need to move. Brigsby is moved, okay? He is, and we have confirmation from an employee at Simon. So I know speeches are pre-written, maybe don't say that part because it's been done. So.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
You're welcome.
Michelle Walsh, AMA Animal Rescue Board Member and Animal Care Coordinator, 2815 Cropsey Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Thank you for clarifying that Brigsby was moved today. And you are correct, things were pre-written, but that does still leave several of the dogs in question, and we will not keep you here much longer. We know you're all very busy, and we thank you for your time. By failing to take corrective action, the town risks continued non-compliance, including potential court order violations, sanctions, and other related consequences. Beyond your legal obligations, you have a moral and ethical responsibility to do what is right for the victims in this case, the dogs. Please turn to Exhibit 17 in your binders. This includes photographs reflecting the condition of some of the dogs that were rescued from Small Axe. We ask that you look at these images and keep those victims in mind as you make your decisions. We respectfully ask you not to accept anyone's assurances without documentation. Just as we have provided supporting evidence this evening through police reports, court orders, transcripts, emails, and other records, we urge you to request the same level of proof for any counterclaims or explanations offered to you by the town attorney. We also encourage you to seek an independent legal opinion. We will follow up by email tomorrow with contact information for court-appointed animal attorneys through the state of Connecticut who may be able to discuss this matter with you, the board, pro bono. At the last board meeting, several of you stated on the record that you were dog lovers, and you expressed concern about protecting the dogs. We ask that you honor those statements tonight by taking the following actions. 1, if the town is negotiating a surrender of all of the dogs with Small Axe, require that they be surrendered free and clear, no strings attached, with no terms that permit or guarantee ownership or adoption by individuals associated with Small Axe. 2, if such an agreement cannot be reached immediately, please direct that Oakley, Fluke, and Eeyore be removed from Darren O'Halloran, Elizabeth Herenciar, and Lourdes Castro to be placed with the Simon Foundation and their approved foster placements. And please execute the necessary paperwork to sign over the ownership of Ike to the Simon Foundation so that he may be adopted by his current foster, which the Simon Foundation has identified as the most appropriate permanent placement for him. As a reminder, he was relinquished, and according to the court-ordered agreement, Ike should be placed for adoption by the Simon Foundation. Respectfully, these steps are both lawful and necessary to restore compliance, protect the dogs, and protect the town. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Anyone else on anything, other issues? Seeing none, moving on to item number 6, town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, board. Good evening, residents. A few quick items to run through, and I know we have a chock-full agenda tonight. Really quickly, the 27 budget development, the process continues. Most department directors and division leaders have submitted their proposed budgets. Several larger departments still remain outstanding complexity with the numbers and components involved, but we're continuing to review all those documents to finally put together a budget that is due to you on or before March 15th. Following up on Safe Streets for All, we did complete the interview selection, and we did identify a top-ranked firm in the state of Connecticut, qualifications based on QBS. We are now working on a scope and fee negotiation. As soon as we have that settled, we will announce the firm that has been selected for the Safe Streets for All grant that we received. If you remember back, we did get $250,000 to go and do studies on our streets to make our streets more safer. I can tell you that the firm that potentially will win this bid, I have worked with in the past. Their work that they do sets them above a lot of people, and it's exciting times. Roadway infrastructure strategic planning preparation. We are preparing the roadway infrastructure strategic discussion for February 2nd. It's where we're going to bring in our intern, we'll bring in our department, Public Works Director, Mr. Rollins, give you guys an overview of our new AI software that's viewing all the roads, put together our approach of how we're looking at next year's capital and further capital items down the road. I think it's important that you see how we're picking roads, where the roads are ranked. I know Selectman Bishop had an opportunity a few weeks ago to sit down with those two gentlemen and look at the software. I think he was pretty blown away, and we thought it was almost ready for prime time. Is the board good for February 2nd? About a 25-minute presentation. Mr. Rollins and Dan will be here, our intern, to run down the roads, and it'll give you all an opportunity to see and also to weigh input from all of you of, we're going down the road. There's been a number proposed. We want $1 million in roads next year. We have roughly $908,000 in roads for next year, which we will show you, and then subject to obviously what you all think of that as well. February 2nd, I'm looking good. Well, same meeting, yeah, we'll put it in the meeting. I think it's important because it'll be a public presentation and our public can weigh in on it. Moving quickly around, wayfinding signage, if you remember, we did get a grant. Right now we're in the process with the DOT for their encroachment application. Once received, we will put the order in and target installations for the wayfinding signage that we did get a grant for. School Safety Committee held its monthly meeting last week. Huge step forward in that we got everybody loaded into Everbridge. We have our own quote-unquote comm channel. All of the individuals that are part of School Safety Committee does have their unique ID, so they can go onto their app and they can send out messages internally to our group identifying an emergency. That's not going to get blasted out. Eventually we'll get to the public messaging of it. But School Safety Committee did make a huge step forward. Northwood Transit presented their preliminary budget where we did see an increase. We went back and said we could probably even lower the budget even more. So we have another meeting this Thursday with a new proposed budget. Because of the reserve funds were growing, the board felt that it was prudent that we could probably chop a few more line items. But most importantly, former Selectwoman Perez and I have been working on a more local bus route. Currently, right now, we're going to Torrington 6 times a day. We're looking at potentially going 2 times a day and keeping 4 loops within the town. She was able to ride the new proposed route and the executive director did as well. And the early words were, this is a great route. So we're still feeling it all out, seeing what the prices are. Speed camera, still waiting. I did talk to SiteStream late last week. They're putting the final touches on the report that we'll send to the DOT. Keeping in mind, once the DOT does receive our report and application to put the 3 speed cameras up, they do have 60 days to either approve or deny the proposed locations. Once we get the green light, we'll move quickly into installation and implication of that. And with that, I'll turn it open to the board for any questions or
Questions? Troy?
Yeah, and the Safe Streets, Paul, I'm on that committee. I missed the first meeting that they had, but why wasn't the committee involved in the picking of the company that we were gonna use?
When you bring a lot of people into a conversation like that, it was during the day. The 3 or 4 companies that came in made lengthy presentations, and we just kept it very small and bringing it back to the committee with what the town's recommending for the firm. I think if the firm that's been selected thus far weighs out, I think the Safe Streets for All Committee will be very happy with who the firm is.
Okay, that was a comment from another member, so just checking.
Other questions? Moving on to item number 7, Finance Director's Report.
This is our 2025 general fund, 2026, fiscal year. Results through December 31st of 2025. We are 50% of the way through the year. Before I start going through this, I just want to take a minute to let everyone know that our tax collector is back from her leave. And I want to just give a special thank you and shout out to Pam Columby, who was our acting tax collector during Ashley's absence, and she did a fantastic job, so thank you to her. And thank you to my finance department, particularly my treasurer, who in record time this year got everybody's W-2s out and the 1099s, and the additional information we are now required to give to all employees related to the overtime that they worked. So thank you to Cindy on that. Anyway, moving forward, current property tax revenue year to date, $19,520,434, which is 66.87% of the budget. That's in comparison to $16,651,827, which was 60.89%. Motor vehicle supplemental was $2,793, which is 0.8% of the budget. That was in comparison to $9,545. Just 4.24% of what was budgeted last year. Past due taxes, $237,289. That's 67.8% of the current budget. That's in comparison to $216,343, which was 36.06% of the budget. Total revenues year to date, $23,668,366. That's 57.7% of what is budgeted. That's in comparison to $20,199,812, which is 49.50%. Total expenditures year to date, $21,133,248. That's 51.52% of budget, compared to $20,146,293, which is 49.37%. Municipal aid received in the month of December, disabled property taxes, $1,096. Property tax for veterans, $4,930. Our Pequot pilot money, $16,491. Distressed community funds, $3,651. Our final reimbursement on the DWSRF tank project was $22,000. That project is now complete on the water tanks for Crystal Lake and Wallens Hill, and is closing at the end of this month with a final loan of 2.9, I think. Hold on one second, I'll give you what the final number is. My mouse would have been good, hold on.
Yep, 2,914,000 is the final loan amount that will close at the end of the month. Cash flow, and I believe that you all received this little summary page in your packet this month by accident. This is really my page, which you're not supposed to get. And your page says cash flow as of November 30th. This is cash flow as of December 31st. I did send Glenn a corrected. Cash flow at December 31st, 22,634,279. Of that, 19,006,693 is invested. 458,000 in the Northwest Community Bank sweep, 2,614,000 in stiff, and 15,934,381 in our Northwest Community Bank money market account. Capital expenditures for the month of December, just a little over $1,200 for town hall repairs and upgrades, $84,924 for annual road maintenance, $91,859 for the Chapel Dayton Road Reclaim and Pave project, $236,677 for Price Road Mill and Pave. We paid for $299,189 for the Public Works wheeled excavator that was delivered. $112,745 for the Wani Road bond project. A little over $1,400 for Hubbard Street bond. $17,588 for West Wakefield Boulevard, and $26,138 for the bond drainage, and just a little over $3,700 for Pearson roof. Questions?
So first of all, I like this page.
That's my page.
Yeah, we like it.
You're not supposed to get that page.
This is like the first time we've been able to follow on
That
everything.
page is- That page is usually not done until day of, and just, I got it done a little early this time, and I sent it because Glenn needs it. So it's really not supposed to be part of the package, it's really only for Glenn to have a copy of, so he doesn't have to.
I kind of like it if we
Do
can
that
get it
over.
in the future. I think it's,
You might not get it in your packet, because I typically don't do it until the day of. But
can
you
email
have
it to
all,
us.
you have all of, the majority of that information in the summary that you get.
Yeah, this is easier to find.
Yeah. Yeah, but then I could put
We can
anything on
follow
there. I
along.
could put anything on there.
well, we can cross-reference it to the 30 other pages, but this is just a nice
It's
summary.
on the summary that you receive of total, of all the revenues and all the expenditures. What you don't see is the detailed municipal aid and the detailed capital expenditures unless I send you the reports for Fund 179. So I can try to get it done, but I can't guarantee you won't get this with your packet that's due before the meeting.
So I got a question. I've been meaning to ask this for a while. I keep forgetting. On past due taxes, how do we handle that? I mean, is this is what is past due from last
Correct.
budget or from
No,
10
any
years ago?
Yep, so suspense goes 10 or 15 years, anything beyond 10 years, I think we go
Anything
back
beyond
10
10 years
ten
is-
years goes to
you
suspense.
can still collect it, but
You can
you
still
suspend it.
collect. The majority of the past due is anything prior to the current grand list year. So current grand list year is grand list 2024, which is October of 2024's valuation, correct, right? Because I always
Yes.
get confused. So anything that we're not collecting on in the current year, so July's taxes, those are current, and then the January installment, that's all current. Anything that is grand list 2023 and prior, all goes to past due.
So, I mean, in layman's terms, that's a good percentage of return for taxes then, right? I mean, if you're out of our total budget, we're missing
Well,
200, that's like
and we budget
90-something
past dues-
percent?
We budget past due separate from our current property taxes, so you're only looking at past due in comparison to what we're budgeting for the past due numbers. And we look at, when we do the budget, we look at what the trend is and what the collection rate is, current collection rates, and then past due collection rates to kind of pinpoint, to try to come to a number when we put a number in the budget.
So just to be clear, this isn't what is past due, this is just what you've budgeted to
Correct.
get
No,
past
this
due
is
and
just what is
collected.
collected.
That's what
Right.
so this is, so when you said 67.8%, that is 67.8% of what you budgeted to collect.
Correct, not 67% of the whole mass of what is past due.
So we've only collected this year of the past due, 237 and change.
Correct.
What is the past due taxes that we're seeking? You know?
If I may, so to
tomorrow or maybe Thursday, our tax collector's coming in. We're printing out the top 50 delinquent taxes, and we're going to start looking at new ideas. Coming to this board, there could be a potential tax sale down the road. We have obviously, our
You said tax sale.
tax sale,
It sounded
yes.
like you said tag sale.
Oh, tax, yeah.
That too.
That too.
You might have a tag sale.
Yeah, sorry, sometimes I think I say tag sale too when I say tax sale. So we are potentially looking at that, but the tax collector and I are going to sit tomorrow morning. We're gonna look at the top 50 accounts. Just so, I'm very familiar with the tax sale, I've done them in the past. You can't cherry pick your tax sale, you have to create buckets.
Right.
And whatever falls under the bucket would go to potentially the tax sale attorney, and then it would go out. I've had great success in the past, even though, for a great example, 26 properties went out on a tax sale. 6 of them actually ended up at the meeting where they were sold. Those owners have 6 months and a day to redeem. Only one did not redeem, and it was ending up taking over. But a tax sale is something, we're gonna get into a little bit of a budget talk later on, but we're looking at newer ways to increase our revenues. To point out, their question was, so right now the current, past due property taxes, what we put in the budget was $350,000. So you're wondering where the 67.8% comes from. Last year's budget contained $350,000 in past due taxes. And I'll also note, because it looks really tiny, motor vehicle supplemental is a $350,000 line item as well. Those bills hit January 1st.
So I think the question was, what is the full bucket?
What's
of
the full
past-
bucket?
What's the full
Correct.
bucket of
I'll have a
past
better
due?
idea of that full
Past
bucket
due
tomorrow.
Can
It's
you
millions.
Can you get us that for next meeting?
I can email it to you tomorrow.
Yeah, email it
If
to
that's
me.
even
We
better.
Maybe it's in not only the amount, but how many bills that, or how many
Yeah, we were.
properties that entails.
I'll give you the list.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, again, I'm gonna send it out to the group.
And the age of the delinquency.
We'll have it all, yeah.
So you as, and I can give you just an idea, as of 6/30 of 2025, the ending balance of years 2009 through 2023 was $738,000.
No, that's a lot of money.
That was and the majority of that is your just prior tax year. So of that 738, and this was as of 6/30, $398,000 of that was from Grand List 2023. So less than a year in arrears on that. And then it obviously really drops off once you go back further. 2022 was just about $148,000. And 2021 is $126,000. So the last 3 tax years is the bulk of what your receivable is at the end of June 30th.
I would think we have an appetite to work on that.
Yep.
And we
Because
do,
this is
I
gonna
mean, and
be-
she does work on it. Our marshal, works on collections on a continuing basis.
As tight as our budgets are, we certainly can't have millions of dollars hanging out there that we're not actively dealing with, so.
Correct.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Item 8, correspondence. Anyone on the board have any correspondence? Item 9, boards and commissions. Bill, Kevin, do you have anything?
I have nothing new on boards and commissions.
Item 10, unfinished business, charter revision applications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you probably noted in your packet, you saw 2 applications from our last meeting. The board directed my office to come up with a little bit more approach to entice people and also come up with an application. We've received just 2 applications. They were included in your packet. Which direction does the board want to move in now with charter revision? I don't typically get nervous, but if we're trying to get it on the next gubernatorial election, we're gonna want to move a little bit quicker. So, I, did what the town did. We put it up on social media. We put it up on our town's website. I'm not sure if each of
Does
you.
anybody see the applications? Because I don't see them.
I do not.
I have.
They're in the packet.
Oh,
They're in the back. Keep going.
Ice.
Do we?
I'd like to see us let it ride another month and get more interest, please.
I agree.
What about,
Until the next meeting, at least.
what about the people that we had on the list, as possible committee members? That's on page,
So if you're following the Board of Selectmen packet, we
page
had.
21, I believe.
We had the 7
Spreadsheet.
name, so this has been updated with the application, so you have a new list of applicants.
This is the most updated
This is the
list?
most updated list, because I can confirm, because of the last name on the list, her application is in the back of your packet. So I can confirm that that's the updated list. That's where it stands.
So we have 7 people that have expressed an interest at this point.
That is correct.
And some
we're
of
looking
those,
to do a 9-member or 7-member.
we're talking about 5 with 2 selectmen, so 7 with the selectmen, and the selectmen are a non-voting
Right.
advisory facilitating role.
Okay. So what we're looking, so we have more applicants than we have spaces for. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but if you look over, some of those applicants are on boards that disqualify them.
What would disqualify them?
Well, if you reviewed the minutes from our last meeting, we stipulated boards that you cannot serve on to be part of this committee.
So who's disqualified?
Well, I don't know the entire list of who's on what boards. I can tell you that William Hudak serves on the DTC in a leadership role. John Herman serves on Board of Assessment Appeals. Those 2 would be eliminated based on that criteria. Does anybody else know any other people that serve on boards on that list? Because off the top of my head, I don't.
Well, I can say that Mr. Hudak is no longer head of the DTC. It won't be as of next month. So that's not a concern for him then. I don't think he's on any of the boards that would disqualify him. So Mr. Herman, so then we still have, so 1, 2, 3, 4, so then we still have we have 7 people. So why do we want to postpone this and not, I mean, we're looking at trying to get this done by November. It's a lot of work, you know, and a lot of people involved, sort of scheduling stuff, so why aren't we trying to just move this along? If we have people who have submitted their interests, they're willing to participate, why don't we just proceed with it today?
So for me, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on this list that may qualify. We don't know for sure whether they're on a board or committee. You say Mr. Hudak is no longer there. I guess we'd have to get confirmation of that. So to have a total list of 5 people to form this committee without having an opportunity to have looked at maybe a dozen applications and pick the best people for this list, I think we let it ride further.
And, you know, I'm looking at it that this is a large project. We want to try and get it done by November. We have people that have put their name forward as being interested, that would fulfill that the seats that we have allotted. You know, just to try to get more people who haven't expressed an interest to date, when we've been promoting this for a month, it just doesn't.
Yeah, as we
make
talked
sense.
about at the last meeting, we just came through the holidays. So from Thanksgiving until the end of the year, very little gets done in any business or in this, you know, public sector either. So to expect that we would have had a lot of applicants during the last 45 days, I think was unrealistic. And only after the last meeting did we start really putting this out there with earnest. And I think we should have more applicants before we move forward.
I'd like to also point out, some of these people are people who applied by just emailing the town manager, so we don't actually have their filled out application with information about them. The last 2 we do, so it would be nice to have, because these are very informative, all about what they've done and where they've served and all of that. So, I mean, even those who just emailed before, if we could get them to just fill this out, then we would have in front of us all the information, and there wouldn't be any question about who they are and what they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think to your point, without a completed application, I wouldn't even consider them yet.
yeah, I like the application too, and you can take Mike Farrell's name off, he serves on water and sewer.
Yeah, I think this is an important committee, and I think we need to all do a good job over the next several weeks to promote this and get more applicants so that we have a good list to choose from, not just 5 who happen to be the remaining 5 that haven't been, for whatever reason, disqualified.
So we're gonna set a deadline by which applicants, applications need to be on, or we're gonna keep going meeting after meeting, hoping that more people apply and show their interest?
I think a deadline is important. I've talked to a few people who are interested, and they ask, well, what's the deadline? And I said, well, you should try to get it in before the next meeting, but it's not, that may not be when we choose. So if we set a deadline, and people know, and we know.
I'll make a motion to set a deadline for the next Board of Selectmen meeting for all applications for involvement in the Charter Review Commission
Deadline for the next meeting?
for the next meeting.
So that would be February 2nd's meeting, and today's so that would give us essentially 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks.
A little under 2 weeks, yeah.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, so, I mean, I was in agreement with Paul. I think I don't really think setting a deadline is pertinent at this point. Like you said, it's winter, holidays we're going through. It just started to get advertised. I'd like to see some participation of people I don't know. I'd like to see, some people that are not on boards and commissions come to do that, because I think that would be a more, I don't know, some of these people were on the Charter Commission before and it failed, so, I'd like to see some different names out there, and I think we gotta do our due diligence to try to attract more people, that's all. I disagree with the, putting a deadline on it, but.
We start pushing this to the end of February or into March, there's not gonna be enough time for this commission to do, for the commission to do the work that they need to do. So.
I disagree with that. I think the more time you give them, the less chance of it passing. So you gotta put them to task.
Well, you can say put them to task, but you're talking about trying to coordinate 7 different people's schedules to do meetings. That's extremely difficult to do. That's a lot of people. We have scheduled set meetings. We know when we ran for office, we know that this is our meeting dates, okay? It's hard when it gets changed. So if we've scheduled ourselves for Mondays and now something turns to a Tuesday because it has to, it makes it a little more difficult for some of us to make ourselves available, but we do. But we're not trying to coordinate everyone else's schedule. With a commission like this, it's not a set day generally. It's like, okay, when can we all get together? What do you got going on next Thursday? So I think that it's extremely important for us to set a deadline, for us to move this forward so we can make sure this commission has the time to review the charter, have the discussions, to talk with us. That's what's important. I agree, it would be great if we had, a lot of unknown people or people that show a lot more interest, and that would be great. New people are always good. I appreciate that. But I don't think that we're necessarily going to get new people or people we don't know by simply pushing the deadline out further and further, so that now people don't have time and their time pressure to do a very important job.
Well,
That's
I'm
not how
saying
it gets
push
done
it
right.
6 months down the road.
I would offer a compromise, I think, to that. I would offer that we have a deadline for February 17th. That'd be the second meeting next month. That gets it potentially done prior to the end of February, and that gives us a little under 30 days from today to have that last push effort out there to bring in some new volunteers for this committee.
I'd agree to that.
Just a date, so you're looking at a Tuesday, but typically we meet on a Monday.
I wasn't looking for a Tuesday.
Oh, it was the President's Day, so he's
That's why I
actually
picked the
correct.
17th. You're
The
welcome.
7th, you're good. If I may recommend, if you're going down that route, possibly do applications due on or before February 13th. I have to turn them over to you guys, give you time to review them.
That was my next
If
point.
you say the 17th, they could come in at 4 o'clock and printing copies and bringing them down to you. But that's just from my
So-
office.
I can
Okay.
agree with that.
Yeah, so if we're doing February 13th, I know the town hall's only open till certain times, so it should be an hour before town hall closes.
11 p.m. on
Yep.
that Friday?
11 a.m.
But, sorry, yes.
You're
wanna
staying
be
late
here all
that
night,
night.
you
Sometimes I
can,
work
you know?
late. No.
So, Cheryl, you want to
I
amend
will
your
amend my
motion?
motion to have there be a deadline for the receipt of applications for the Charter Review Commission by February 13th at 11 o'clock a.m. for the commission, for the board to consider action on at the next board meeting of February 17th, 2026.
Before you second, can I just add one thing to it as well, that they come in on the approved applications?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
So just from my office, I'm gonna go back to the original, or the few applicants from the beginning, get applications done on them if they so choose to fill it out. I will then also mark it out on all of our channels that applications are closing on or before, before February 13th at 11 a.m.
Could we also, who receives the applications? Does it come into Glenn's office?
No, they come into town managers.
Can we cross-check them against boards and commissions to make sure that the list you present us is clean and we don't have people that currently serve and are ineligible on this list when we get it?
We can do that.
And can we get copies of the applications when they come in? Or can't we?
Well, on Friday afternoon, like we get our whole
I was gonna
packets.
give you a whole, that's why I was saying, can we do it on the 13th, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
11:05, give or take.
I think I'd rather get them all in
Get 'em all
one
in
shot
one
rather
shot,
than,
instead of piecemeal.
yeah.
They get lost in the shuffle. Is that, I'll do whatever you guys want. Just tell me what's,
I think with their packet would be great.
Well, to us on the 13th.
which you'll
whether
get your
it's-
packet
when
for
we get
the
our packet.
17th anyways.
Right.
All right, moving on to item 11, new business, A, budget priorities. Town Manager Harrington.
Okay, let me get to that. So, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to look over the memo I included with your packet tonight. It talks about some pluses, some minuses. I'm open if you want me to, you know, it is a public document, it was included online. But this is an opportunity, and I'm stealing some thunder from our superintendent, Dr. Luby, who did this with her board. I presented it to this group at our last meeting. To get your priorities, we're starting to craft the budget. It's due to you on or before March 15th. I think you've all had a chance to review the document that I prepared. There are some wins, and unfortunately, there's some struggles that are before us. But as I lay out the budget, and the budget office does, I'm looking for a little guidance. We did this the year before. I want to turn it over to the board to just, you know, have an open dialogue of some guidance of where you want to see this budget go, some of your priorities, and then we'll craft this budget and get it over to you.
So, if I don't, I'll start if everybody doesn't mind. I think roads, let me say that, spell that again, roads. Everybody hear really loud and clear, roads? We need to pave as much as we can pave and get this project moving forward.
That's a capital R.
That's a capital R on roads, because if we, the joy of going around town and seeing all of our residents and friends and neighbors who yell at us about roads is gotta be a priority here. We've gotta get more in the budget for that. Listen, this is gonna be a difficult budget, I get it, but we've gotta prioritize that project and get creative in how we're gonna move forward with roads. So that would be, obviously, I think everybody's wish list. I'll throw out one other, you asked us for a wish list, I'll throw out one other. I've spent, as everybody knows, quite a bit of time in the police department over the last year, and I've learned some things about our personnel and needs and what have you, and I'm excited that we've done a great job with our revolving fund, and we've been able to supply them with equipment that we hadn't been able to do before. But I would, as the wish list, whatever makes the final cutting room floor, we don't know, but on the wish list, I would like to see potentially a lieutenant's position crafted for the police department. One of the areas, one of the interesting things I learned about our department is if you want to start here as an officer, if you would like to grow through the ranks and ultimately become the chief someday, you cannot, because we don't have a lieutenant's position. An assistant chief would not allow that to happen either. You have to go from sergeant to lieutenant before you could get into any of the chief or assistant chief positions. I think I know the chief has asked for help. I've learned that there is significant administrative work that doesn't get done or is given to people who should be out on the streets doing the other job. A lieutenant position would take care of some of that administrative work and also give us that bridge so that someone could move up the ranks and ultimately, if they so desired and they had the aptitude, could be chief. So I'd like to see potentially if we can get a lieutenant in the budget. And then we're not overstaffed. So if there's in the budget again for another officer or two, I think we'll rely on the chief to tell us that, but they are clearly not overstaffed. They are barely getting by down there.
Anyone else?
That's my wish list.
I'd like to see, same as Paul said, the roads get done, but I want it earmarked for paving only. I wanted it to be, we talked about this in earlier meetings, where she wasn't gonna do it as a line item, but it could be earmarked for thing. I'd like to see a minimum of $1 million in that line item. And that doesn't include the normal, road repair program that we always fund. I'd like to see capital projects, at a minimum. We got some serious roof money to talk about. There's a lot of things coming down the pike, and we gotta be easy with the capital.
I just want to throw out there that, I definitely support, the idea of maintaining roads and supporting the police and all that. As Mr. Oliveri from the Board of Education said earlier, though, we do want to make sure we can maintain what we have before we go adding a bunch of programs. And in that vein, I just wanted to dispel a few feelings or myths that might be surrounding the school budget. I know that there's a general idea that, we're just throwing tons of money at the Winchester Public Schools and that it's like somehow evaporating. But, it was thrown out this week that, we've given $3 million over the last 2 years, which we haven't. That's a lot of money. But, when you average that over the 2 years, $46.3 million budget, $3 million comes out to about 6% per year. So that's, just barely above inflation. Now, when you look at what we've done over the last 5 years for Winchester Public Schools, over the last 5 years cumulatively, we've spent $111.6 million, which, and the only thing we've given is that $3 million increase. That comes out to 2.6% per year over the last 5 years. I looked up the general inflation rate for the country over the last 5 years. It's 4.5%. So we have not been throwing buckets of money at the school indiscriminately. If we're not funding the schools at the minimum of inflation rate, they are going backwards. So to maintain what we have now, we have to, and that applies to all departments. If we're not funding at the inflation rate, we're going backwards. So I just want to dispel the myth that we're throwing money out there at the schools and it's somehow evaporating. We're not. And as far as, there's another myth around about the schools are only accessed by a small part of the population. So I just did some rough calculations. In the last census, our town had 10,309 residents. And about 1,000 of those are our children going to our schools or the age of just, about to enter school. That gives us about 2,000 parents. That's already 1/3 of our population directly involved in the schools now. Now, when you look at all the people, all the family, the grandparents, aunts and uncles who care about their children, all the people who live here who have gone through our schools and are now adults, all the people who have kids who went through our schools, you're basically talking about everyone. It is, of course, our most expensive part of our budget, but it's also accessed by everyone, and it's very important. So I just want to make sure that I'm all for supporting, everything being funded, but I want to make sure that, we are not leaving the schools behind by just having the feeling that somehow we've thrown a lot of money in the past, we can forget them this year. So that's my priority.
I would agree that education is very important, and I agree with the roads. Increasing our budget by $1 million, which is about a mill rate, to add another $1 million on road project, it's not going to give us the return that putting money into education will. And, that's really important to consider. We want to go back 10 years. Do we want to go back to where we were underfunded in our education? And we have our, continual issue where, we cannot control what we're billed by our high school. We can't control that. We get a bill from them, we have to pay it. That's automatically part of the education budget. And if they're asking for an increase, it's the WPS that's going to have to cut their budget. And it's already, I remember the presentation last year where, our superintendent talked about how bare bones, as did our town manager. You have to invest in order to prove. I will tell you that I will find it very hard to believe that we have gotten the investment of these new buildings coming in. We got marshals in town. Do you think we got marshals in town because we had crappy education? No, because we did have education. They're bringing jobs. They're bringing tax money into us because we have a good education system. The town is improving. We start cutting on education, or other things that are needed in this town, it's going to hurt the business environment and it keep people from wanting to invest. Do you think that couple, that business that just wanted to invest a $2.6 million building in Main Street, it did not factor in where our schools are standing? Our schools are doing well. They're struggling, but they're still doing well, and I posted some stuff about that on Facebook in response to some people saying that our schools were doing poorly. They are doing well, and they're doing well, you know, on a shoestring. We can't cut that shoestring. All of our utility rates went up. All of our health insurance costs went up. That includes the town and the schools. That's important to understand. So if those costs go up for you, they go up for us. And we have to figure out how we're going to do it. Unfortunately, how we raise money is through taxes. Yes, seeking, you know, taxes, which is why I asked the finance director as to what the outstanding taxes are. And I like the fact that we're looking to do something significant about trying to collect on those back taxes. And there's other things we look at. But, you know, yes, we have a school roof project. Fortunately, that's going to be covered. You know, most of it's going, I think it's 72% it was or something that gets covered by bond. But we have a lot of work to do still for our schools, and we can't cut those just to pave roads. That's not appropriate. That is going to cause us more problems and then not paving as many roads as we'd like next year. If we stop, you know, we'll lose staff. We will lose quality education our kids deserve. You're not going to make it up. It's, once you build, I was part of the Board of Ed for 6 years as we were rebuilding that school system. And it was hard, and we took advantage of every grant we could, did everything we could to keep that budget down. You can't, you know, you can't cut nothing. And prices have gone up for all of us, and that's something we have to live with. It's not that I want to pay more taxes, but we have to pay taxes. We have to pay to support our kids, this town, attract the businesses, increase our tax base. You're not going to do that if you cut our schools, which is what is going to be, what I understand is being suggested.
So Paul, if I can now, I got a huge wish list of what I'd like. But after the last two tax years, I'm not going to put anything on your wish list. I don't want anything. We need to keep this budget as tight as possible. Great, inflation went up, schools suffered. People's pay have not gone up as much as that increase. And we come back to our taxpayers a third year in a row and be like, boy, we really like this, and we only have to go up 4 mils, 3.5 mils. I'm not adding anything to your list. We have a job to do when we actually hit the budget. Let's see where the numbers come in at, who's asking for what, and
Yeah, I understood your request here as basically our wish list. If we could find a way to get it in the budget, what would be some things that we would like? And, you know, and this, you know, it is this board over the last 2 years that spent that $3 million on education. Let's be clear about that. Prior to that, nobody had given them any extra money.
Correct.
So it's this board that did that. On top of being handed a lot of gifts that came from the previous board. We got the gift of no police contract that was $1 million. We got the gift of the ambulance volunteer crew that couldn't keep the town safe that cost us several $100,000. And I go down the list of all the gifts that were that the cans were kicked down the road before we got here. Roads have been ignored for 30 years. And that's a quote from our Public Works Director. 30 years we've ignored the roads. So I personally am not here to attack or go after education. But what I'll tell you is, and for those of you, you're in for a treat on March 15th when you get that budget. Because I came into this role thinking, yeah, we can watch what we spend, we can really tighten our belt. Yes, we might have to do some tax increases. We want to fund education. We want to do all, listen, the list I'd like to do in town, I could give you. I could go through for an hour and a half what I'd like to spend billions of dollars on. Because God knows we need it. But to Bill's point, we've done 2 years in a row now, and last year was pretty substantial. And this town has a limit in terms of what it can and or is willing to spend. So have we found the limit? I don't know, but we're going to go through every step of this budget process And we're gonna work very hard to keep this tax increase, if we have a tax increase, at a very bare minimum, because I don't believe that we can deliver another one the way we have over the last 2 years to the residents here. They can't afford it. We're a town that has to work within our income, the money that we have. You know, unlike the federal government, they go out and spend trillions of dollars on the credit card, we don't have that luxury. We have to spend what's coming in. So, you know, this is a situation where you're gonna learn very quickly that we have our limits in terms of what we can spend, and it may not be equal to inflation.
And I think, again, I'd like maybe a little information, maybe you have some of this. So we talk about roads. Is there not a compliance issue with the state that roads, I've heard that roads have to be done every so many years? It may be a lot, like 25 years.
They can't force a town to do the road maintenance. Yeah, well, the state's different. The state's got lots of our money, so.
The reality is, we want to do what's right for the town. We really do. We want to provide the right education. I understand how important that is. But we also have to provide public safety. We have to provide roads, and it's not an easy task.
And we're not saying disagree with those. Yes, we're gonna have to look at it, but I would, you know, you still have to look at the last budget that the Board of Ed presented. It was bare bones. The presentation was done, it was very thorough by our superintendent, showing how bare bones it was. You know, that there wasn't room to cut. Now, if you cut people, if you're gonna cut staff, what's gonna happen under the terms of the contracts that we are under in the Board of Ed is that the classrooms are gonna get larger. If the classrooms go over a certain number of students per teacher, the pay for those teachers goes up, which means you're not getting the savings. So you have to look at the whole picture. And I've been involved in budgeting for 6 years for this town when I was with the Board of Ed. We took it very seriously and took it very carefully. We did everything we could to keep a zero balance. Yes, it got to the point 2 years ago where we could not do a zero increase anymore. We could not do it. And I don't even know what's going on with the grant situation, but I attended the Board of Ed meeting, last week, and it's gonna be a tough sell. And part of those increases, the last 2 years, were capital expenses for the Gilbert School, that they're now keeping as if that's their regular amount, and then adding more asks to that. So there's a lot of things we have to look very carefully at everything. The education budget, this town's budget, but what I'm saying is, do not write off the importance of good education, a good school system, and this town developing and improving its tax base. That is huge.
Generally, the entire increase last year, with the exception, I think, of maybe $250,000, was all education.
Yes. 266,000 from last year.
Was the town increase, Bill?
That was Gilbert's increase.
No, what was the town increase? It was.
Yeah, well, that was Gilbert's on the Board of Education side. The Board of Education got $1,544,400 at a 6.88% increase. The year before, they got $944,555 at 4.39, and then 832,892 at 4.03%.
But if you look at
That's a 16.1% increase to the school budget. So I'm actually gonna go the opposite way, because we only take in so much money.
Right.
So I got a different, I was sharing with Paul, I have a different outlook. It's not so much spending, it's what can we take in. So we also have the veterans tax that's coming up, that the veterans won't have to pay property tax or tax on the building.
Right.
There's the state funding for the school hasn't changed in 10 years. And the state just keeps taxing us and taxing us and taxing us. So not only, and I was sharing this with some people, not only are the schools paying for it, but your water and sewer's paying for it. So you're paying for it, your extra charge for the kids in school, every time you flush the toilet, every time you turn the water on. And then that's just for the town, and then yourself. So you're getting whacked like 4 times, extra tax. And we're not seeing any tax come back to us from the state of Connecticut. And that's some of the biggest problem. But our revenue side is only gonna be so much. Marshall's isn't going on the grand list till next year. The building, you're looking 2 to 3 years. Even the old Highland Acres, you're not gonna see that on the tax roll for at least another year or 2 years. Plus, there's other places that, the bachelor school, they're only gonna pay so much. So there's only gonna be so much money that's gonna come in. The going out's the easy part, it's the coming in is gonna be the hard part.
I think
Going
you
the
made the-
grand list, we're in the right direction.
Right.
But it's not gonna happen this year. It's not gonna be for a couple more years before we see anything from it.
That's the challenge we have, is
And that's the challenge.
we have great projects coming into town. There are some things to be excited about that are
Right.
gonna increase the grand list, but the problem is it takes 2 or 3 years for those to hit.
That's correct.
And the expenses are happening now. So, you know, again, I thought this exercise tonight was really about a wish list. I didn't think we were really gonna get into a debate about the education budget. That'll come, trust me, we'll have lots of fun meetings about
I
that.
just said what my wish list was, and
Yeah.
it kept going.
But, and
So did I.
our superintendent's sitting over there going, I had so much fun doing this last year.
You ain't seen
Yeah.
nothing yet.
Yeah,
So,
but,
Paul, one thing I'm gonna ask before we, here's my wish list.
let me just finish one thing, Bill,
Go ahead.
one thought. Our exercise tonight was the wish list. This wish list may not be for this year's budget, right? If I wanted to get a lieutenant on the force, that might not make it this year, it might end up on the cutting room floor, and it comes into a year when we have seen our grand list return. The things that we've been working on that finally start putting some money into the budget. This was tonight about, what do you want? What would you like to accomplish? And it may not be this year.
And I'd just like to say to Cheryl, we have 90 miles of road in Winston, maybe 92.
80 something.
Or 80 something,
It's like
okay?
84.
So
It's 89.
$1 million will luckily get you a mile worth of road paving.
I know that.
So 90 years at $1 million, it would take to repave every road in town.
I understand
We
that.
have,
Lousy sewer, move the money right over
Right.
the drain.
All right, let's
So-
get back on. Bill?
Only thing for my wish list, I don't want anything spent. This year, when you come to us, and the school comes to us with an ask, first year, I got 1 page. Here's our budget from the finance department, Board of Ed. Second year, after I
Begged.
begged and begged, I got, it was much better, it was like 6, 7 pages. You hand us a 6-inch binder that I have trouble carrying out to the truck that has every dollar spent in the town. I'm not even gonna discuss the schools this year. I'm not even talking about the school, any increase this year, unless I know how much the toilet paper costs, the Kleenex, and they go, well, do you really wanna know everything? I wanna know everything. I wanna know how many pencils we bought at what. I can't find that the finance department, with the accounting software we have nowadays, can't print out an entire freaking budget where every dime went. And if I don't get it, I'm not even talking about it.
All right, we are early in the process.
So if I
It's gonna get way
may, to maybe offer a little glimmer of sunshine, so heard everything that was said and it's helpful. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't mention, I'm gonna start with the negative, then I'm gonna switch to the positive. So the first negative, and you probably hear it all over the news, is we have a health insurance problem, and it's not just in this town, it's everywhere. Our health insurance is exploding. It's exploding in this town for several reasons, which I'm not gonna go in depth right now, but I can tell you that the office has gone out and tried to bid our insurance. And I can let you know that the 3 large carriers refused to quote it because we're a polling loss. So we are still with our current provider. We are also looking at the state plan, 2.0. Good friend of mine, the comptroller, Mr. Scanlon, has not released next year's rates yet. I can also let you know that that plan is currently $24 million underwater. So what is the year that they're going to play catch-up? So I say that now because I don't want any shock value when I come in with the insurance number. Insurance is insurance, and I'm sure everybody in our audience, everyone at home, I'm getting nods right now. Everybody's insurance is exploding. I'll leave my commentary quiet. I was gonna say something else, but I'll leave that quiet for now. So that is a potential pitfall that, part of our bargaining agreements, part of, being a good employer, you do have to offer insurance. We are thoroughly looking at every option imaginable. At this present time, I can't tell you the one we're gonna go with, but we are looking at it. That's a pitfall. On a positive note, we do know that we did pass the ordinances for those speed cameras. And there is a potential, you know, if people aren't obeying it, we can supplement roads and our police budget with potentially that money. But, and this is a huge but, I am going to asterisk this big time, because then it can't be blamed on me. You are potentially creating a huge hole in the following year's budget, all right? But I have done budgets now for almost 20 years. Sometimes you do have to throw that gamble out there. I would never suggest a full gamble and put it all out there, but there are some windfalls. I'm gonna come with a couple suggestions. The other thing I wanna note is that if we do a tax sale, that potentially is creating yet another budget shortfall the following year. Because if you go out and you sell the $700,000 in delinquent taxes, you don't have it the following year. You have nothing to sell. You then again have a potential shortfall. But I heard roads. I heard $1 million. These are potential sources of being able to fund those projects while you're leaving the operating budget intact. So I'm gonna come with a lot of different proposals. I think Selectman Hester, he did listen to me, because I said, and he asked me, why aren't you worried? I worry more about the revenue side of the equation always, because even with our home budget, if the revenue's coming in, we don't care that that bill came in the mail. It's easy to pay. The revenue's there. I concentrate heavily on a revenue side of the budget because it's most important, because this side over here gets taken care of if the revenue's there. Finding different sources. I think you found over the last year, we fund capital items. We are looking under every rock to potentially get as much revenue without, you know, potentially, you know, going back to, there's other ways to bring revenue in, and we're looking at them all. So insurance, don't want it to be a surprise to anybody. But those other wish list items and all of that, I'm gonna be up several, you know, weeks in a row, probably not sleeping, trying to put this budget together, but we'll get you something that you guys can chew on, and we'll have it to you on or before March 15th.
You talk about revenue like the speed camera revenue or the, you know, anything that's not a guaranteed revenue the following year. If you fund positions with that, you put yourself in a potential
You
hole.
do. You do.
But if you fund one-time projects, a road project that you're paying for with that money, then you're not necessarily digging that hole for the following year.
And I would asterisk the, you know, when motions are made and stuff like that, that we don't start that project until, similar to the police revolving account, we knew the money was gonna come in, you all didn't let me purchase that cruiser until we had the revenue in the bank. So we could do things like that. You know, I'm gonna try and set things up as nice as possible. You know, it's gonna be a tricky year. We're gonna get through it. I'm gonna give you everything I got. I'm gonna, you know, after all these years doing budgets, I'm not gonna say this is the hardest budget year. There's been some hard ones. There was a year where former administration down in Hartford were cutting towns like 75% of municipal aid. Remember that? You took towns that were getting.
When they cut it mid-year?
Then they cut it mid-year, and spending freezes had to go in. We're not even close to that. So, although a difficult budget year, fortunately we're in a biannual budget, so we kind of know what our revenue from the state's going to be. I do wish it was more. We are protected a little bit that we're not going to, you know, lose money in the biannual. I wish we got more, but we'll get there. But again, asterisk the health insurance, but also one-time revenue items might be able to fund some capital purchases, which leaves the operational intact. So we'll get it to you.
Just remember.
Can I just give a couple numbers, because I heard somebody mention the percentage increases on one side versus the other side, education versus the town budget.
Go ahead.
Just to give you a point of reference, the town side of the budget, the increase in expenditures in the fiscal '26 budget is $153,367. That's a 1% increase in the budget from the prior year. Whereas and that's excluding debt administration, which was almost a 12% decrease. So we had some offset there this year, as compared to the Board of Education, which was a $1,544,000, which was a 6.9% increase. So that's the breakout of your buckets of, and
Matt Gilbert was 266 out of the 1.5 million.
I don't think it's accurate, because they added in the money that they've been giving for capital improvement the year before as being part of their regular business expenses now. So when they added, they did the 200,000 increase, it was on top of what they had been given the prior year, which included a significant capital expense, was supposed to be one time. So it shouldn't have been part of their budget ask at that point. So I think that's a distinction that needs to be looked at.
Just remember, it's early, we need to be responsible, we need to be reasonable. We don't want to tax people out of their houses. And we also have to realize Connecticut is often its own worst enemy, and we may face some federal funding cuts because of some Connecticut actions. Moving on to item B, Pearson School Roof Project. Superintendent, Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Luby, come on down.
As Bill's walking out, maybe we can take a 5-minute recess, Mr. Mayor, before we start this?
We'll take a 5-minute recess to let you get set up while we wait for Bill to come back.
Yeah, I don't have any, so you gave everyone the.
They have
and the
the,
drawing,
yes.
right? So I don't.
Yeah,
anything
they have it.
electronic?
They have it.
Wonderful,
So I guess we're in a 5-minute recess.
wonderful. Roger, it's very nice to see you.
Very
Thank
good,
you
Paul. How
for
you doing?
being here. I hope you saw my emails and didn't come early.
Sure, sit down, relax.
We're back from recess at 8:45. Item 11, the Pearson School Roof Project.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. With us tonight is our superintendent of schools, Dr. Luby. And Roger, I apologize, I've never caught your last name. LaFleur. Roger's here. I'll let him tell you what he does and why he's here, but I think we all know that this was coming down the pipeline. We've made several comments at Selectmen meetings, if you've tuned in to Board of Ed meetings, that we do have a Pearson roof problem. We have a 50-year-old roof, and most roofs last 30 years, so it's time to replace the roof. So Roger and Dr. Luby are here tonight to walk us through what it looks like, and I'll go through what needs to be done.
Can I just ask a quick question? Are you from the Garland Company?
No, sir, I'm
You're
not.
not, okay. Thank you.
So Roger, do you want, why don't you go in a little, we could do that like 2-minute commercial of what Roger does. I think it's important for the board.
My company's PM Resources, and I used to work for CREC, Capital Region Education Council. I was the director of school construction there for about 11 years. I left there in 2014 and started my own company. And one of the things we were doing when we were at CREC was we were assisting our member districts, which were about 33 communities surrounding Hartford, with their school construction projects, and that's what was my specialty, was school construction. So I worked with CREC and I worked with the state of Connecticut, and we sought grants for school construction. We built a lot of the magnet schools, whether you like them or not. That's what we did. And then when I left CREC in 2014, I assisted especially smaller towns because they didn't have the in-house expertise to manage the process of going through the grant process with the state, and it's something I do routinely. So I work, my involvement, if I were to be hired for this project, would be to represent the town of Winstead, or Winchester, in this case, with the state, to make sure that you got your fair share of the grant, and that you got it in a timely fashion, and that we got it covered properly. Part of my other responsibilities is to assist the town through the process of selecting the design professional, whether it's an engineer or an architect, through the state process, because if it's not done according to the state procedure, you would be ineligible for reimbursement of their fee. I also help with that same process through the contractor. And then I also keep track of the financial records, change orders, pay applications, CHRO, prevailing wage, and then at the end of the project, when everything's done, we do a substantial completion, punch list, close the project out, do the audit, and you get your final check from the state.
So you're essentially the project manager?
I'm the administrator.
Right, okay. And you are also working through the bid process for the contractors? Okay, thank you.
In full disclosure, we have used Roger Services in a prior town I worked in and can say nothing but great things. He makes sure all of the money came into the town in a timely fashion. Just a little bit of a more to it.
As somebody that works with the state on a normal basis with bridges and stuff like that, your services will be invaluable because they will hold back money for the littlest error in paperwork. It's happened so many times, and it's frustrating.
Great.
So long and short of it, and Roger again is gonna carry a lot of this, but we've done, you'll remember we spoke about this last year, and you graciously put a small line item aside to do the initial legwork. So we've had an asbestos test, we've done a moisture scan, so that we would know what the scope of the project needed to be that we were talking about. The roof has been verified to be 26 years old with a 20-year standard. I'm not sure where you got your 15-year 30 from, but the standard is 20 years. It has been 26 years. In your packet, you have, this is the results of the moisture scan. This is probably the more important piece of the two tests that we did. There was some asbestos found. It's not, that's sort of not the big issue. The bigger issue is the moisture. To be honest, you know, I hate that I'm sitting before you with this project. It is so uninteresting, if you will. I'd far rather be talking about things that are instructional and to the good. But it rains in the building, you know, in several different places throughout the year. We use buckets and clean it up, but it is wet. And they tell me we're about 20+% moisture when you do the roof. we could continue with barrels catching the rain as it comes in. The problem that they tell me is when you leave the wet sitting up there, it breaks down the structure under the wet, and now your base that you build the roof on starts to fall apart. I hate to use the M word, but you're gonna end up with mold, and you're going to end up with health scares and people screaming, I can't work in a moldy building, and all those bad things. So although the last thing I would like to do is suggest that we spend money for it, our reimbursement rate with the state is 70 to 72%. The project, which has been vetted and vetted and vetted again, on the last page of your Garland Company report, they suggest a range of about $2.8 to $2.9 million, in the firm belief that that is definitely ample for the project. There's less room for surprises because we've already done the moisture scan and the asbestos test. Those are the two things that had you not done them, you'd probably have a bigger range and a bigger worry, but they consider this to be a really reliable number. With our reimbursement rate, cost to the town is probably $840 to $870.
And before we go any further down the road, that the Garland Company is not bidding on this project. If this project is approved, it would go through a full process of the bids. Roger will oversee that, making sure that they've checked all of the boxes they're supposed to check with DAS, and to be on the up and up. So tonight, what I didn't do is I haven't engaged bond counsel yet. There are a few different ways that you can go about doing this project. Roger can speak on them. DAS did change up their terminology, I guess, that you do only have to go out for what? Go ahead, Roger.
So on the funding aspect of it?
Yeah, on the funding aspect, the town share.
It used to be that they required two things, that you put past resolutions for your share and also for 100% of the cost of the building. A number of years ago, they changed that, and now you're only required to go out for a resolution authorizing your share. It doesn't hurt if you want to go for the full 100. It's up to you if it makes you feel more comfortable as a town, but it's not required by the state anymore.
So what I've done is I've had a preliminary conversation with our finance director, with our bond counsel. Our bond counsel is fully recommending going out for the full ask of
2.8?
Sorry, yeah, 2.8 million, whatever, $2.8 million. Note the question at referendum that it's anticipated that 72.14% will be reimbursed at a tune of this amount of money. The town's expected obligation for this would be roughly $860,000. What I needed tonight from this board, if this project had its support, was go back to bond council, get the formal resolutions prepared. I do have a date of March 24th. I did talk to the registrars, if that works for this board as well. Tonight, before we spent any of the town's funds, I really wanted to get where the board felt we should go with bond council, obviously their recommendation of how we should word the question, but authorize me to speak with bond council, prepare the resolutions, and bring them back to the February 2nd meeting, which gives us plenty of time before we have to go to referendum on March 24th.
So
All of this going towards a not this summer, but actually the
summer.
following
It'll be the following summer, yeah.
project.
My take on this is you'd be not doing your due diligence if you didn't go for the full amount of the bond, because the state always changes their mind. And then we'd have to be back at the table again, going to the taxpayers and saying, well, we got to bond out this much more. It's better to do the whole thing all at once, and we don't have to worry about it. Well, we get reimbursed, we get reimbursed. It's a done deal.
Emery, they're not gonna hear you, unfortunately, if you maybe wanna stay next to Selectman Pozo, or.
So, I just do want to read something that bond counsel did give us some clarification on. Yes, the state passed some legislation last year that increased grant funding and changed some of the reimbursements for certain types of projects. As a general rule, the town will have to appropriate the entire amount of the project regardless of the source of those funds. And so you'd have to go out for the full appropriation because that's what's in our charter.
Right.
So as for the
So 2.8 million.
sources to finance the appropriation, we always suggest the full amount in bonds as well. This avoids any issues should the grant amount change, as we talked about, and what Selectman the Mayor just noted. It also allows the town to be out in notes rather than out in front of the money. So we can go out with short-term notes for that full dollar amount in anticipation of, having front. If we don't want to front the money, we can get a short-term note to fund the project. So
For the amount of the bonds particularly.
for whatever the amount is
total
that we
project.
need up front.
You're gonna
So,
spend money and then get
depending on how
reimbursed.
long the
Right.
project is gonna
Right.
take, you can go out for the full amount, or you can do whatever the cycle is. I'm anticipating of getting the funds reimbursement back, just knowing that we have to put out those dollars to get them back. The state is not gonna front us the funds, so we have to do a reimbursement. They are pretty quick, but sometimes they're not. So,
And with having Roger, we'll
and
make
us
sure.
fronting our own money is less investment income for the town's money.
Correct.
And I'll just also put out there, so if roughly our share, once we get this project completed and we have our share of the roof, I just did a quick amortization schedule, $850,000 over 20 years, 4.5%, roughly $69,500 a year as a debt service payment on that note. Just to throw a number out there, I think it's important to note. So, you look at $850,000, $1 million in roads, but, you spread it out over 20 years, you're only looking at roughly $69,000 a year. That's anticipating a lot, 4.5%, 20 years, all of that, but I thought it is important that the board at least has an idea of what this is gonna cost us every year for the next 20 years.
The only problem with that, with a long term like that, is about 20 years that you paid it off, we're gonna have to do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you don't have to do it 20 years.
You don't have to.
You don't have to
And
do
we're
it
gonna
forever,
look
but
with-
you can do it shorter.
You guys are gonna authorize me, and then I'm gonna work with our finance, I'm gonna work with bond counsel. We're gonna obviously put the town in the best condition to finance this. Knowing full well, if somebody offers a 10-year, but it's a 2%, we gotta get a project first, and then we'll figure it all out. Really, tonight, I need to know the amount, I need to know March 24th, but it looks like there may be more.
Motion, or?
Before you,
Just guidelines.
So if I could, because there's a little bit of my wheelhouse here, can I ask a couple questions on this?
Sure.
So, full rip and replace price, you're estimating 2.89.
Not my estimate, no.
Oh, okay, this is from,
This is from
Garland.
Garland Brook.
From the
Garland
Garland
are
Group, okay.
manufacturers of one of the products
Ah.
that's used in the roofing. They don't actually bid the job or do it.
They don't install.
Right,
Okay.
so they're sort of a neutral party, you would say.
so you're familiar with the work that a company like this does, correct? I'm questioning this 2.8. I see some stuff on here, where's this, roof decking. I think this is I don't know, 21% of the total, there could be well more damage than that underneath. I just did a large roof last year, and we were shocked when we opened it up.
You won't really know until you do open it up, but right now, what you're finding is just the moisture. First off, I'm not an engineer and I'm not a roofing expert, but I've done roofs for many years, and I've run into most of the situations that we may run into here. Even though there's moisture, there's a very good chance that much of the decking is still good. Okay, there might be some isolated pieces that have rusted and have to be removed. What we also call for with the contractors, we have the architects or the engineers will put it into the bid specifications, that they give us unit pricing. So if a problem is discovered, we have already a price from the contractor about what it's gonna cost per sheet to replace it. So it's not something that they can get you on once it's found. It's already predetermined what they're gonna pay. So it's
Right.
one way to control the cost.
And I believe we have a 20% contingency in the 2.8?
No, I think it's more like 10%.
10% contingency,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
apologize. So there's a 10% contingency into this, so you're looking at roughly $280,000 in contingency money. If we do open up the roof and find a problem, you're gonna be able to address a fair bit amount with holding a 10% contingency. And, keep in mind that when we go out, we're putting worst-case scenario at the $2.9 million number. We won't know until, final submittals and all that, and that's when we'll go out and borrow the money. So that $850,000 that I figured might only be $700,000 because, we didn't use the contingency.
But
You don't use contingency, you
My
don't use
point
it.
being is it could also be a little bit on the higher side.
I'll be
That's
honest
what
with you, I think
contingency's
as
for.
far as I've seen in numbers going forward, okay, and I just did 2 roofs down. We did Watertown, we did Windsor Locks, and what we're finding is the price works out to about, I think, $58 a square foot. And the last couple roofs we did were in the high 40s to 50, and the state recommends that you at least carry 50. So I still think our number, or not our number, but the number that was given to us is a little bit on the high side and is ample and would cover most anything that you run into.
Okay, I just want to be,
Yeah.
I want to be sure that Julie and I are going to have a little conversation tomorrow, so there's some other issues. There was just an emergency repair done at Pearson because there was no heat. There's been no heat in the cafeteria forever. I know for a fact that there's a roof unit that I'm sure is going to be pulled down, was abandoned. They didn't have the money to repair it, didn't want to replace it, so they simply shut the heat off in the cafeteria. We're talking in the kitchen area, right? So the employees had no heat. Somebody made a gripe somewhere, and yesterday, while the school was closed, we had electricians go in, they installed two 480-volt heaters to put some supplemental heat in there, but we're not sure that that's compliant, right? It's okay for now. There may need to be another rooftop unit added. My point being, that may be a discussion you need to have with the Board of Ed, that, like, look, you had an estimate somewhere of like $88,000 for something. That may be a unit that's a compliance issue that has to be added before we do this roof and strip and replace it, and then find out, okay, now we have to go back up on a roof, cut a huge hole in it, put a curb in, set another unit on it. It would be nice if we could get some specifics on that before we put this type of investment. Just a little forward thinking.
Well, and this roof project isn't for a year and a half, so clearly whatever resolution we have to get to for heating in the kitchen would be before that
May
anyway.
need to tie in with
So
this.
we would have that information before.
I think you'll have a little time with what was done in the kitchen area to get you by, depending on which agency comes in.
On why it's so much colder this year than last year, and maybe there's something we need to tinker with in the balancing, I don't know.
Well, there's no heat in that area,
But there is in the cafeteria.
in the cafeteria, but not in the kitchen
And
area.
it used to keep the kitchen warm up until this year.
Right,
So the
that could
question
be a
is what
balancing issue.
changed?
Well, we can look into it. I just want to make sure these figures are.
We need more pizza days to get the
Yeah,
ovens
more hot
going.
lunch.
They gotta
We need to
bake
cook
more.
in our
They have to
kitchens would
bake
help,
more,
yes.
yeah. That's it, Paul.
Okay. No, first I'm hearing, not that I get brought up to speed on, a lot of the day-to-day stuff, but I agree, I think everybody agrees. Dr. Luby and I would agree that we're not gonna put a brand-new roof to then just cut it open. The good news is we do have some time before this project puts a shovel in the ground. I know it's a roof and shovels don't go in roofs, but it's the best expression I can come up with right now.
Love it.
You need a motion from us, or?
Not right now, I just need a little bit of guidance of,
Move ahead, we'll go look into the
are
bond.
you good with the March 24th?
Yes.
And the dollar amount that you wanna get authorized by the vote? 2898, 670?
Yep, that's it.
2898, okay, what's the high number, which I recommend as well?
Yep.
I'll bring it back to the February 2nd meeting. We'll have it all bond counseled up with resolutions, and we'll hit that. The next question I needed to ask, it was from the registrars, is will we accept a paper ballot on this particular one? Keeping in mind, if we go to a non-paper, I know they're all paper, but a paper ballot's either a yes, no with a check mark. If we go to any other form of ballot that goes through the machine, there is a cost to that, because you have to buy these certain ballots. What is the board's preference on the ballot? And keeping in mind, we are thinking of holding the referendum here, because schools are open. We've done it before for capital projects. Selectman Hester,
Yep.
you're very
Water
familiar
tax.
when we do water and sewer projects. These are all, you thought you were done with my questions, but we're not. Because I want to get it all, in a nice bow tie for you for the February 2nd meeting. First question, paper ballot.
So before we, as I recall, when we had the budget referendum last year, there was a controversy because we used paper ballots. So let's make sure whatever we're doing is legal to start with.
We did do that. The charter specifically says that it must be done, by machine ballot. When it comes to capital purchases, the charter is silent. But I didn't want to make a decision without the board's backing.
And the advantage to paper over the machines is?
$5,000.
This costs nothing. There's a cost to it, but a paper ballot, we make, in-house. We put the question, we have 2 boxes, yes, no. They check a box, it goes into, so.
That's what we did today.
Thank you.
I'd be
I was
in
just gonna say
favor,
that.
I'd be in favor of the paper ballot then.
We'll double check.
Me too.
But we've looked already, and it seems paper ballot would fly, but I wanted the board's authorization on the paper ballot. And are you okay with voting taking place at Town Hall?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thought of more questions, see, after we met. I have my marching orders, February 2nd. You okay? Okay. We almost lost our finance director.
Moving on to item C, potential preschool expansion.
We all set?
We're good. Thank you, Roger. We'll
Thank
be
you,
in touch.
Thank you very much. Yep.
So this is a little more fun to talk about, although with this audience, I'm not sure anything is fun to talk about. Wow. You're a tough crowd, you know that, right? But this is forward-thinking and exciting and free. So that's not something you hear every day. Got Mr. Marino's
I'm
attention.
intrigued with free,
Free,
so let's
right.
hear it.
So listen, I would not be a superintendent worthy of her role if I didn't bring this to you. You say no, you say no. But as we were just discussing for the roof, our reimbursement rate is 72%. This year, in an effort to support its initiatives, the state has offered 2 different bonuses that we're eligible for. The first is a 15% construction bonus for special education. And the other, there's lots of these, but the ones that apply to what I'm talking about, the other is also 15%, and it is for early childhood programming. What I'd like to talk to you about is a potential preschool expansion. Because it is a special education program and early childhood, we are eligible for our 70 and the 15 and the 15. They are stackable. I've communicated with DAS. I have that in writing in an email. That's a real thing. If our percent is up to 72, then it would be reduced to 100. You can't go beyond 100% reimbursement. That'd be pretty funny if they'd pay us to build it, right? So knowing that we are eligible for 100% reimbursement, I bring you a concept that I think would be great for the town, and again, at no cost to us really. The concept is that we would add 3 preschool classrooms. I had a very gracious architect and engineer who joined me at Hinsdale School to walk around and consider if there were places at no charge to us where we could easily do this without disrupting education in the meanwhile, without having to move roads and all of that. They, I believe, gave a very rough sketch. Again, they're just doing this as a favor, so it's not like architectural drawings, but I believe it's in your packet. The concept is the rooms would go on in front of the school where the preschool playground is now. As part of the project, there's a spot we can move the playground behind the school, which actually to me is probably a smarter place to have a preschool playground, not right there by your driveway and buses and all of that. Well, not your buses, they don't go through there, but the cars. So with the addition of those 3 classrooms, we would be able to provide universal free preschool for every 4-year-old in Winchester. The idea is school would basically start a year earlier. Instead of starting when kids are 5, we would start at 4. You're probably familiar, there is so much research out there that the earlier you start with kids, the more you get them involved with books and numbers and songs and phonemic awareness and all of that from the earliest of ages. better outcomes. And I can come back to you at a future point if you'd like with tons of data around the dropout rate goes down, future earnings go up, but all of the indicators for early learning have great outcomes for communities, kids, families, and their future. So the concept would be, with the addition of those classrooms, we offer free preschool for all of our 4-year-olds. If there were a year where we didn't fill every single seat, we would offer empty seats to neighboring communities for fee, so we would even have a little bit of income from that. We would maintain one classroom for 3-year-olds because there are some 3-year-olds, because they have special education programs that we need to have a setting for, but one classroom would meet that. Currently, we have 32 full-day seats and 32 half-day seats. This would allow us to have closer to 100 seats. Not doing the math while I sit here. The concept is that it's an investment in the future for the individual students who participate because they become school-ready sooner, and again, they go further in life, they don't drop out, they make more money, they go to college. Great for the community to be able to promote, I know we've got a realtor in the room who could probably tell us having universal free preschool for all 4-year-olds can't help but promote property values. And another key piece, and perhaps you'll appreciate this because it's a Board of Ed budget piece, the sooner we start working with kids, the more likely it is that we can meet their needs, get them on track, and avoid future significant special education outplacements, which come with, you know, a $200 placement and a $75,000 transportation bill. You know, imagine if one student didn't require an outplacement because they attended our preschool. Right there, you've just saved over $250,000. So, from an investment standpoint, it's smart. From a cost standpoint, it's really smart. And from a learning standpoint, it's really smart. That's all I got.
So I got a question for you. It's actually two. The first one is there any room in any existing school buildings now that could house this program?
No, we are at capacity, for
Okay.
sure. The other thing I was gonna say to you is, I don't think that, after Paul and I spoke last at least, I don't think I'm asking you tonight to just say, yeah, go ahead and apply and do the
Right,
preschool.
right.
I think what we're asking is to use, you remember last year, your budget allocation for us to do the research on the roof project was stated as, capital.
Board of Ed capital improvement plan, it was a $50,000 line item.
We didn't spend it all.
We spent, as you saw, Anne Marie said, we spent about $4,000. We spent a little bit more because there was the asbestos test, and then there was also the moisture scan. I think we spent just under $10,000 on all of that. So there's roughly $40,000 remaining in that capital account, which will not be spent as we will move forward with the roofing project, and the 2.8 encompasses engineering, all the design work and all of that. Julie and I met last Thursday. If the board had somewhat of an appetite for the preschool program, we would ask that we use roughly $36,000 to $40,000 and get a little bit more real design cost estimates. The next step of this is a schematic design. We would bring in a Downs Construction who does this, you know, for a living. In fact, they just did this project in Wethersfield, Connecticut. They were able to do the 70 plus the 15. They were able to launch a pre-K program in Wethersfield. More information I found out this weekend after talking with Downs. Really, it was what is the next step that the board would like? Obviously, we can't go to the voters and say, well, we think it's, I don't know, like $3-4 million. We have to bring in the professionals. To bring in professionals, it costs money. The program right now, as Dr. Luby stated, the 70 plus 15 plus 15 does expire June 30th. If we apply to it, I have reached out to state contacts. We met late last week. There was a holiday, obviously, this past Monday. I have not heard back to see if there's a chance of it continuing. I'm somewhat positive because we are in a biannual budget, so usually grants continue in a biannual budget, but I want to get double check on it. But really tonight, as Dr. Luby and I talked about last week, was does the board have an appetite does the board want to give us the go-ahead to use that capital account to, vet this project out a little bit more?
Did you have another
So,
question?
yeah, I had a couple questions.
All right.
I got
Finish your
ran
second
over.
question, 'cause I have a sorry, I didn't mean to run.
Okay, my next question is, what happens when the bond money goes bye-bye? Or the free money that for the
The
class?
free money is only for construction.
It's for the construction.
So we have to pay for teachers, we're gonna have
So,
to,
there is, the early start
nothing's
grant
free.
will come out again, during the time that we're building. The state will issue the opportunity for us to apply for early start seats, which they fund at $90,000, a classroom. So, and we should 100% be eligible for that because we hit all of the marks in terms of we're in what they call a childcare desert. Funny little term. We are in the childcare desert. We have our poverty rate. We have all of the indicators that we should be able to get ourselves potentially 3 teachers, if not all 3, for the new classrooms, at least a couple of those through that grant. So I don't anticipate having to hire teachers for all of those on our dime.
okay. And then, is this gonna be for Winston kids only?
It would be free for Winstead kids only. They would get the seats first. And by Winstead, you mean all Winchester, of course.
Yes, and
Right,
then,
so
so
we
if,
would
say,
fill
somebody
it
from
first.
Norfolk or
Exactly.
or
If there's an
Canton
open
wanted to
seat-
come, then you're gonna charge them.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, following up on his question about ongoing expenses for a second,
Mm-hmm.
can we, so you need 3 teachers, right? Essentially 1 for each classroom. Is that approximately 90,000? Is that what the teachers?
You're gonna need more than
Well,
one
that's what the
classroom for
grant is.
kids, little kids.
A first-year teacher makes 45, assume she takes benefits, so she's 60, and an assistant in the room is 20, so it would be roughly 80.
So 80,000 per classroom is the ongoing cost of doing this.
If we didn't get a grant for it, which I'm relatively certain we could.
But the grant is for how, I mean, the grant is annual, happens every year, or we get it for the first 2 years and then suddenly we have 90,000 per classroom is the extra expense for Board of Ed now?
School readiness, once you get it, has been in existence for probably, 15, 20 years. It's the first time they're reopening it in a long time, but once you get it, you have it. And the state actually created an endowment to support their early childhood funding. So of all the state money, this isn't one that you have to keep reapplying for. Like, once you have the seats, they're yours. And it has full commitment from the state. So one of the pieces is the state is, as you can see, throwing money at early childhood. They are trying to get districts to do exactly this because the research is so clear on how valuable it is for a community. It's not crazy to think that in time we'll be required to do universal preschool. That is sort of what's in the tea leaves. So, maybe they won't, but if they do, then we're doing this without funding. So it's sort of like this is such a good thing to do and it's 100% funded, so why wouldn't we get out in front of it if we have an appetite to? My twisty little sense thinks if we went to referendum for the roof and this together, yes, it's a lot of money, but like a roof is just so blah. And if we did a roof and a preschool and you're getting both for the $840,000, now that's something, right?
So just to be clear, let me rephrase my question. What exposure, from a financial standpoint, let's assume everything happens, we get the 70, 15, 15, that all happens. Right. You get the other grant that pays for the teachers. What are the expenses that we are, for the lack of a better term, signing up for if we did this project?
So the only things that are unreimbursable or ineligible within the project, with a project like this, very little. You can expect probably about $100,000 of ineligible costs during the project, which again wouldn't be, this is like way forward planning. We apply by June 30. We don't even know for sure that it's been approved from the priority list until I think it's like November, December. They tell you you're not breaking ground for another year from then. So it's a multi-year process. Beyond that, a few $1,000s of consumable supplies each year, glue sticks and crayons.
I just want to make sure we all understand what we're exposing the town budget to in terms of ongoing expenses beyond all of the money that the state's going to just pour on us, but.
Exactly,
Okay.
minimal.
So, and how do we control this? You're saying a teacher and assistant, if all of a sudden there's a situation where, well, we have a couple 4-year-olds, we need 3 more assistants.
Well, that's what we do in our
Do we
preschool
need more,
classrooms.
do we need more maintenance staff now? What's the
It's-
impact on utilities?
3,700 square feet roughly, the addition, so, I mean, you know better than me, would you be adding a custodian for 3,700 square feet? I wouldn't think so. Maybe you're bumping up your
Would
halftime
I
guy.
be adding a custodian? No.
I don't think we would either. I mean, we have a halftime guy, would we maybe bump him up an extra hour a night or something? Maybe, I mean, not extensively.
The only concern I have was, okay, so now we do this, and now Winston's an attraction for families with children. So where are we gonna put them? Because you just told me we have no place to put any extra kids. Now what do? We build a $80,000 or $80 million school? I mean, we gotta be real here. We gave up bachelor school, which was a terrible move, okay?
My
So
other
that we have
concern
no
is
other
for
place
area
to put 'em.
businesses. Right.
Huh?
Other area businesses, right? When Little Owls opened, it was a great thing, but it put a strain on Winston area childcare. It ended up moving students up to the one center and actually shut base down. Champs, the original program was at the YMCA. As soon as they opened that up, it shut that down, and they were no longer able to keep that program up. What's this gonna do to Winston area childcare and the other home daycares and
shut them down
and whatnot around?
So our plan, our concept again is with taking all of the 4-year-olds. So we'd actually be taking less 3-year-olds than we do now. So there'd be a little bit of a shift of who goes where. But I think our feeling is what we're providing, and we are working towards our NIAC accreditation, is an academic setting. It's school readiness, it's familiarity with our schools, getting kids a year earlier on the pathway, and we think that that's valuable.
Is this a requirement of parents? In other words, you have to send your kid to kindergarten and first grade. Do you have to send your kid to this 4-year-old program?
You don't.
Okay.
You don't. We will strongly encourage it. I mean, we do think we could do a great job at lifting the learning level of all kids this way.
So let me ask you this. We started the preschool program a couple of years ago, about 3-4 years ago. Have you noticed an improvement with our first and second graders because we've had that preschool program?
That's such an interesting question. I'm not aware that we're brand new in the preschool business.
Yeah, we didn't start that until about 4 years ago. We started doing the preschool.
I can do a little research and find out, but that's the first I've ever heard that.
That's
I'm
something we have
surprised we
to-
didn't have preschool. How could we not?
Now, why are you saying that you think there's a concern that we're going to be required to do this preschool?
So the talk around the state is all about early childhood and universal pre-K. Currently, the talk that I've heard from people that I've spoken with is, well, as long as there's seats somewhere for all 3 and 4-year-olds to begin school at age 3. But there's just so much movement around it and so much certainty about the importance of the early learning that, it sure does seem like we're headed in that direction.
So you're saying the state, you think, is gonna mandate that all parents eventually send their 3-year-olds to a
So that's a little bit of a
Pre-education
different statement. I think it's not unlikely that at some point the state will require us to offer and have a seat, kind of like we say you have to have a seat on the bus for everybody who wants to ride the bus. Whether or not they take it is up to them. My crystal ball would be that the state at some point is gonna tell us, you have to take every 3 and 4-year-old who wants to come, or every 4-year-old that wants to come. I would be really surprised if they mandated parents had to send them sooner. In fact, we just made the kindergarten, not we, the state just made the kindergarten entrance age later. So I would be surprised if they made families.
So we're developing Wallens Hill over the next few years, which is going to bring a lot more families to town, right? So, and that's going to, of course, increase our grand list and help all of our revenue issues, and that's going to bring more people. So if we have even the potential of opportunity to, for free, add extra space to our schools, it could be a little bit of forward thinking to expand the space in our schools as we expand the town and expand the residents who live here.
But if you take this 30% bonus for special ed and early childcare, my guess is, to what I think Selectman Bishop is talking about, you can't slide these classrooms to be second or third grade classrooms in 2 years if you have the capacity issue.
So as he said that, I was just thinking the same thing you're wondering. I'm certain you have to do what you took the grant money
Right.
for some amount of time, and I could find out
Because I
what
thought
that
the same
is.
thing, maybe this is an emergency way to have a few extra classrooms when capacity gets there. But my guess is, anytime you take money with all these hooks attached to it, you've got to do what they want you to do.
Not forever, though. It's an interesting point that if we do this thing and we start our preschool, if, as the community grows, we need an extra kindergarten, I suspect in time, we could turn one pre-K into a kindergarten and then one kindergarten, like right now, we have one bubble class moving through.
Are our schools at capacity right now, building-wise?
There are no empty rooms. There is a small number of rooms that are potentially, like, if, to Troy's point, like, what happens if more people move here? Right now, there is a preschool run by Ed Advance in Pearson School. So those kids potentially would be at Hinsdale School. We'll open one room at Pearson School. I came to what board did I come to?
Planning and zoning.
Thank you. Because they were asking questions about that, and I don't have those notes in front of me right now, but, there's that one preschool room at Pearson that would open up. There's also like one special ed program that we are running across 2 classrooms because it keeps it functioning really well, but if we had to, could go back into one classroom. We would have to start undoing programs and moving things. We could squeeze out probably 3-ish classrooms at Pearson. Hinsdale, we have one room that we would repurpose into this preschool concept, thus only building the 3. That would give us the 7th that we want.
So we're tight.
We are tight.
We're tight. So
I mean,
if we get a
an
big
extra room or
influx
2
of,
at each, but
if community grows, which is all what we want to see happen.
Your tax bill is gonna grow.
Well, your community you distribute the taxes among the community, but the reality is, we're gonna be faced with a problem from a school perspective. We're not,
regardless of whether or not we do
we're gonna miss
preschool.
that school we sold, for sure.
A day late and $1 short. I came after Paul. I'm like, don't get rid of that. I want it.
I was put in motion before.
We all
I got
came
there,
after
too.
that.
Yeah, I was put.
Fight for the way. We all came after.
I had all kinds of ideas.
But, interesting, okay, thank you.
Let me ask one question. So you just said that if you get this grant to build these 3 classrooms and I believe a playground or whatever, correct?
Yep.
That's what you'd have to maintain for preschool, but you could probably use from the
Oh,
pre-existing
the other rooms, right.
classrooms
Yes,
to
I'm sure you
convert them
could.
to other grades if necessary, as long as you keep that core that you got the grant for, correct?
I think that is almost certainly accurate. I would do my homework before I swore it, but that
Yeah.
does actually sound very reasonable
How
and
full are the
logical.
current rooms, though, that you're using for preschool, right? Because if you close that to shift into this, does it fill those immediately?
So for as many full-day seats as we'll offer, we can fill them, but we are opting currently to run 2 full-day classrooms at 16 kids in a room, which I really think is a lot. I would like to cap them at 14, but we want to take kids. So we have 16 and 16. Our half-day classes don't fill as well because people really need the full-day programming. So we have 16, 16, and I'll say another like 18 to 20 probably across the other 2 rooms. The plan isn't to open the 3 and close the others, it's to run 7 preschool classrooms in all.
One last thing, I think, school roofs get done all the time. That money, that reimbursement happens often. I think we can be very confident that we're gonna get that money, right? For this project, how confident are you that this actually happens in terms of this bonus money that you're talking about?
100%. It was legislated, and I have an email that I'd be happy to forward to Paul that he could share with you where the people in DAS articulate that for special education, it sounds like what you're doing would meet this. for early childhood, what you're doing would meet this. They are, like, we learned about them because they were presented to us through legislative briefings, through CAPS. They're not like off-book little fly-by-nights.
Yeah, I mean, because that 30%, if you're doing a $4 million project, which is probably what this is gonna cost,
We think about 3.5, yeah, you're spot on.
right? So now we're on the hook for $1 million if you don't get that money.
But it is legislated, I mean, it's,
Okay, just,
yep.
And if we don't have-
we always hear we're getting things, want to make sure that somewhere you've got it like, it's in writing guaranteed, we're getting
Yes,
this money.
I could bring you the, general statute numbers, like, it's legitimate.
Okay, sorry.
I was gonna say, we make sure it's in writing before we move
Yeah,
forward.
you wouldn't
right? Or
break
we just
ground
wouldn't-
if, I mean, if it fell
Yeah, but
through.
you're asking to get this on a referendum, potentially with the roof in 45 days here.
Or not, I don't know if that's smart or
60
not smart,
days.
that's like outside of my scope.
But we
so.
do have a deadline to apply.
We would have to apply for this before June 30th.
Can we meet that deadline? That was my other question. I wrote down June 30th.
Yes, I actually been picking Roger's brain about it a little bit, and I'll take any favor from anyone who wants to give me free advice. Yes, we could, if you all had an appetite, we would get our schematics quickly, so that if we're gonna go out to the voters and say, hey, we wanna spend $3.5 million on a preschool, but it's gonna cost you nothing, and here's what it would look like, and have the pretty board and have a little more realistic drawings.
So Paul, I know you're chewing at the bit, but we just finished doing Hinsdale School, didn't we? How long ago? Brand new school,
2 years.
refurbished,
2
and
years.
now it's not big enough already?
Yeah.
So they only let you build to your enrollment, like you're never allowed to do a construction project and have extra space. So it's not surprising that it's at capacity, I can't blame the guy before me for that. You
right,
built
so
to
it's just
capacity.
kind of a shame that somebody didn't think this ahead before when they were designing the school. But there is gonna be some cost, because we're gonna have to move the playground. I think something about the driveway too has to be scooted, if I remember from the Board of Education meeting. The driveway has to get shifted a little bit because there might not be enough room right there.
Is that all reimbursable in the
It
construction
should
cost?
be reimbursable as part of the project, and we would confirm that.
I just think it's, not that I'm against it, it's just a shame that it just wasn't done beforehand. And how much is the bond that we still owe on that for
But
Hinsdale?
if we didn't have the capacity, we couldn't have done it.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
And they weren't offering 100% keep in mind, that would have been at that point to say, we wanna add these extra preschool classrooms to the project. At best, it would have
Right.
been at 70%.
But you're kind of already there with your students now in capacity by the sounds of it.
Well, the preschool is optional. We're only required to have enough to create classrooms for kids with IEPs and play partners. This is more about vision and what we want for our community, and the idea
Sure,
that
sure.
it would be phenomenal to offer every 4-year-old in town the ability to be there. We're not obligated to do that, though.
So if we authorize the 30,000 or so from the funds from our budget to get more information, could we get more information, like proper whatever, and meet this deadline?
We can probably make the deadline. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I don't believe we will hit a March 24th deadline. Having built 2 buildings recently in my past, schematic design, getting together a budget proposal, it does take some time. You would be looking at potentially a May referendum time, but you gotta dial in concrete numbers. So we can make a June 30th deadline. Potentially, I need to reach out to, Julie and I can reach out to all the different GCs that are out there to get this moving. I need to say something just because I have to, and it's, we're leading with potentially offering all of our kids free pre-K. If the town has a lot of 4-year-olds, we may have to go to a lottery system. If we have outrageous amounts of, I think it's important that if, I look at the town that I live in, we have a lottery system, we have 3 and 4, but, yeah, it's great to go out with potentially, having free pre-K for our 4-year-olds, but if we get, let's see, I'm doing the math, you have 100, then you have those, you have 225 kids, we may not have the room.
Well, so we do a lottery currently, because we really don't have the room, but I
Yeah.
will say to you, our grade levels are 80 kids a grade.
Yeah.
Have been for 10 years,
Yeah.
probably will be for 10 years. If we start doing great things and the community grows, it would go up, but with 6 classrooms at 16 kids, which I don't love, we have 96 seats. We haven't had a grade level of 96 kids ever, as far as I know. If we kept it at 14, we'd still have 84 seats, which, like, coming into kindergarten, we're usually right around 70 to 75 kids. I mean, it is planned to meet the needs of the community as we know it. Now, if you all start building a million
And
homes.
there's where I come in. I'm looking potentially at,
But that's
you
gonna be a
have
problem
14
at every
condominium-
grade.
Exactly, it's gonna be a problem in every grade, which now leads me down my second path, is we're looking at potentially 3 classrooms. And for 4-year-olds, as a parent that has put one child through pre-K 3 and 4, and currently a child that's in pre-K 3, and you're talking potentially 100% reimbursement, do you potentially look at adding 3 when, if we can unlock all of the money, go big or go home? Does the board have an appetite to start entertaining, as a parent that has seen, a child that graduated from a birth to 3 with an IEP, going into pre-K 3, going into pre-K 4, now in the 2nd grade and literally blossoming? Again, I'm picking off of what Selectman Hester said. Why didn't we have the foresight? So if you're gonna do a project and there's potentially quote unquote state mandates that may come down the pipeline, if you're gonna spend money, should we be looking at a bigger program? This just came to me.
Is
I
your
would've said this on
question,
Thursday night.
then, Paul, adding 3-year-old? And right now, she's.
I am not a
proposing-
Board of Ed expert, but I'm just
Well,
saying, go big or
I
go
just want to make
home.
sure I'm clear on the question. Right now, you propose 4-year-old pre-K. I think
Having-
he's suggesting, should we be looking at 3 and 4? And to the go big, now you're doing 6 rooms rather than 3 rooms. But maybe we are ahead of the curve and not getting mandated to do this on our dime in 3 years.
You don't have room in that area for 6 rooms, all right?
Well, right, so the spot where we were looking at, the very kind gentleman from H2M who walked with me, and we looked at, like, could you do that little strip behind where we're thinking we would move the preschool playground? No, you can't fit rooms. There were some really creative ideas about the property next door, the people who hate us because we're always blocking their driveway. If they would sell us the strip where their barn is closest to the school, we could put the whole thing right there. There was also an area near coming off of the cafeteria where he thought that there was potential to, so no, we could only put 3 right there. That was really as much as you're gonna get in that spot. But there were a couple of other possibilities. We could certainly do that next level of exploration and come back to you with Plan A and Plan B.
Can we do that for the next meeting? Because I know time's of the essence here.
So I don't want to.
Let me just come right out and say, you're not gonna have that in 2 weeks. To fully vet a project of this magnitude with the experts, whether it's, Downs Construction or a litany of firms, there's a lot of work that goes into this, and it won't come back. And this is great because it gives you a concept, but now we gotta move from concept to design phase, schematic design. There's a lot more.
So,
No,
for tonight's purpose,
We could
I would
come
like
back
to.
with that for 6, I suspect
I
my
was
friend
thinking
at
that in 2
H2M.
weeks. You're right.
For tonight's purposes, I don't want to taint the roof project with this project. I think we voted on the roof project.
Yeah,
I'd
vote
like to
on
get more, or we didn't vote, but we discussed to move ahead on the roof project. I'd like to get more information on this before I made a decision on this one. So I think that's where we got to leave it for tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable authorizing 40 grand till we have someone to guarantee some of the answers and.
Well, the
I mean,
money that you're.
there's gotta be cost, right? Again, we say everything, it's all free. I've heard it's all free.
The only
Forever, there's
ineligible
always
costs
costs.
are like, if you change your mind during the project, those kinds of change orders that are like our fault are ineligible. The interest on bonds that you take are ineligible. Paul seemed to think that we would, because this is 100% reimbursable, largely be able to float the project ourselves, if I recall what you said. So we probably wouldn't have a lot of interest.
Depending on the budget year, I mean, you saw the undesignated, there's roughly $19 million, but right now I'm comfortable, but we hit a big
But that would
issue,
ordinarily
but,
be an ineligible
we can
cost.
fund projects and,
So we don't know that for sure that it expires on June 30th, right? So
We don't know the answer to that. I've reached out again, this was after Dr. Luby and I met, to get some sense of, does it expire on June 30th? But again, just Selectman Pozo's point, not feel, you know,
The next time we could go out though is a full year later. It's a June 30 priority budget. Like, they do their projects in 1-year cycles. So if the state reauthorizes the grant again, which is Paul saying might happen, it's not that it expires, it's like, it's a this fiscal year offering. If they offered it again, we would be applying in next year's priority grant application. It would be a whole year before, you know, it would push everything a year.
So I just to maybe, again, kind of move this thing forward a little bit. When I suggested in 2 weeks come back to see if you want to do 3 and 4-year-olds rather than just 4-year-olds, I was imagining you'd get your friend who was kind enough to walk around the properties with you and see if there's a place for 3 others, whether it's at Hinsdale or maybe even it's at Pearson. I don't know, right? But anyway, so that we could at least explore the concept of adding 3-year-old to it. And then in 2 weeks, we can discuss this further and decide whether we want to authorize some of the leftover money that we authorized for the roof to really dig into the study of this or whatever we're spending that money on, the actual architectural and what have you. But I think it's an interesting question about whether 3-year-olds should be part of it. And we don't know the answer to that. Well, we may know the answer to that, but we don't know where you can put it. So maybe in the next few weeks we can get some thought about whether, like you said, Plan A or Plan B. Should it be just 4-year-olds? Should we have enough foresight to maybe not do what Bill was talking about and have, you know, something we're sitting here next year with, hey, great news, it's not quite free this time, but we have to do it. So.
Do we have to pass referendum by June 30th under this deadline, or just have to apply?
One of the other questions that came up is, do we need all of the authorizations in place to submit the application? We're hearing that all of the commitments have to be in place by June 30th. And to get, you know, Dr. Luby and I met last week, and, you know, there's rough numbers, but, you know, we're talking reimbursement. I don't feel comfortable going out to referendum with, it might be 3.2, might be 3.4. I need to bring in experts in. You know, like, I don't know where my roof stuff is, but we had experts come out, weigh in on worst case scenario, $2.9 million. It's on paper. You know, I do want to bring in a GC company to look at the project. You know, H2M? Mm-hmm. H2M, to Selectman Marino's point, could say, yep, you could drop in, you know, classrooms here. Great, it's, you know, I could do it for you too, potentially. But if you want to see if this project's viable, my opinion, it's up to the board, is you do want to bring the experts in and have them to start weighing in on, you know, can this be built here? Can it not? They're going to go out, they're going to, you know, they'll do borings under the ground to even see if you can build on that particular area. And that becomes a factor. You know, that ground may be hollow, ran into it all. Soil may be contaminated, everything. We're going to know all of that prior to, and that's why I believe we're at a stage of spending money to bring in the experts to say, you can do it here, you can't do it, because, you know, the soil boring test is important.
It becomes reimbursable if you do the project. If you don't do the project, then it's research money, but if you do the project, that becomes an eligible cost.
I did not know that.
All right, do you have any funds within your budget that could handle this?
We do.
research?
We have remaining money from the roof.
So why not authorize to do that? Have the money for this type of thing?
So, as I said a little bit earlier, this board did set aside $50,000 for, it was loaded in the budget as a line item, and I apologize it's not in front of me, but it was Board of Ed capital improvement line item, $50,000, right? During the conversation of last year's budget, that was meant for the Pearson roof. I did not feel comfortable just saying, well, we only spent 10, Julie, go spend the 40. I think, you know, as a town manager, I want to be lockstep with the Board of Selectmen that, yes, prior board did say $50,000 for the Pearson roof. I don't feel comfortable putting my head on the pillow saying, oh, this pre-K thing. I just
But
want,
technically, if it's in the capital, if the line item's capital,
yep,
this is capital,
correct.
they don't need our authorization to utilize it.
Well, it was approved for the roof.
But that's not what it.
Not my budget.
It's in the town's budget.
Oh, okay.
She's correct, yeah, so it's in the town's budget.
One quick thing before we make a
That's what I
decision
was
vote on this. I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow about a figure you heard today about a potential $88,000 heat problem. Well, where's that gonna come from? Say we discuss tomorrow, we look, we bring somebody in, we say, yeah, Julie, you do need $88,000 worth to be compliant with heat. Where's that 88 grand coming from? I'm just
I
saying.
haven't had an opportunity to research that. I got that today, and I'm very skeptical that we would actually need to do that, but.
Right, but it might be 50. You do need some repair, right? Is
I
just what I'm
don't
saying?
know. I'm not convinced. We had
Okay,
heat
but
last
do we
year.
wanna make the decision on this 40 grand? What if you and I meet tomorrow, we take a look at this, we bring somebody in, we say, yeah, you do need 50, and we just committed that 40. Where's that, I'm just asking, where's that 50 coming from, or 30? Say it's 30 even.
Well,
Okay, I think we beat this one to death.
if it becomes an issue, and we do need to replace a heating system on that roof, we'll scour the budgets, and, you know, it's the same thing when we had to replace the boiler last year. I think it was $585,000. We figured it out, we worked together, we got it done. If there's a problem, and obviously we want our employees and/or kids to be warm, we'll address it. Listen, $30,000, I'm like, hey, that's an easy problem to find. I can find that.
All right, if you're comfortable
You know,
with it.
All I need is
As long
$30,000,
as
help me out.
we don't have to go out and ask for an additional 30, is what I'm saying.
So the question then really is this. We could say tonight, if everybody wanted to do that, you can spend X number of dollars to get the schematics and everything you need for the 4-year-old only program. Or we could table this for 2 weeks and let you try to get the architect out to walk through the other, you know, the rest of the school, the other school, and see if, do we have an appetite for the 3 and 4-year program, right? That's the only thing I'm trying to understand, is because we just don't want to get caught.
We could probably do that as part of doing the schematics and things.
So you got the
Right.
approval today from us to use the funds to do the schematics. You could have the answers
We
to
can
both those
explore it
questions
both
in the
ways,
time. Because
right?
I'm also looking at it, going back to the point about the schools being, you know, almost full. Again, we have the current classrooms, so if we put more classrooms into the preschool program, that also will free up those classrooms for other age kids if we need that. So
How
that's
much
giving
money
us
do we
more
need for this,
flexibility.
this schematic thing, Kenny?
Schematic, roughly, early estimates, $36,000 to $40,000.
So the remainder of the funds.
So, yeah, just so happened to be the remainder
Just
of the
so
fund.
happened to be.
You know, and this was a phone conversation on a Saturday afternoon, that it's roughly, you know, 35 to 40,000 is what was the number that was thrown. We would obviously, you know, have to go to bid on it. I have to look at your purchasing guidelines. I'll have to look at that, but, actually, it's on the town side, so I'll have to go to bid, because it's over 12 grand, but, so we'll go to bid, find out a particular company that will do the schematic design. It'll be an open process, obviously. It may not be 36, because it'll be a bid threshold, but we would need at least the authorization, then we can.
This investment of doing the schematics gives us, is reimbursable. Here's your money for the new furnace, whatever, I mean, the heating up. I mean, it sounds like a great way for us to be ahead of the game, provide us with this, the extra classrooms we're likely gonna need since we're bringing new housing into the town. I mean, we've got the Main Street properties bringing housing, we have Wallens out, Road. I mean, we're bringing new housing, which are gonna be filled with families. You know, we know some of them are, that's the whole plan with Wallens. So, you know, let's be proactive. And if it's 100% reimbursable, it's almost like a stupid thing to say no to it.
And that's a very, it's a very small initial investment. You know, if we find out that it's, you know, I mean, we're growing, we want to grow. I mean, that's our whole thing, right? We want, the more people we bring, we need space for them, we need space for those families. And bringing those people will increase, our revenue, which is the ultimate issue. I mean, I feel like our town is like just ready to like really take off, and we need to think ahead a couple steps, like Mr. Reno was saying, and like be ready for that.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll do a motion to approve use of the 40,000 capital funds that were in the current budget to be used to start the process of creating the schematics, I can't say that word.
Schematic.
Schematic, necessary to present to the board, hopefully by the next meeting.
Well, that won't be the next meeting, but it'll be,
I don't know.
Soon
She
as
thought
possible.
she might be able to do it by the next meeting, so.
No,
No, I thought you said.
I can
no,
get.
that was my,
I can get.
The
that
other
was getting
answer.
somebody to walk around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so soon as possible.
Can I just, one correction, up to $40,000?
Up to $40,000.
Yep, just,
Yep.
good.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Opposed? 4-3.
Did that pass?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't count hands fast enough.
Thank you for the discussion, the opportunity, the support.
We'll talk.
Yes, you know where
We
to
got a
find
lot,
me.
yeah, we got a lot to, yeah, we got a lot to do now.
Moving on to item D, 2601, refunds as recommended by the Collector of Revenue.
Can I just read it?
Please.
I move that the Board of Selectmen authorize the refunds recommended by the Collector of Revenue in the amount of $947.57.
Thank you, Troy, is there a second?
second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Item 12, at 9:52 PM, a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Taking
No,
along
wait,
the
wait.
town attorney.
First, you got it, reasons you're going to executive session, they're listed on your agenda. Who you're bringing into executive session and who's going in for which parts.
So I move that we go into executive session for the discussion and possible action on 48 Bridge Street, discussion regarding the Smolak case, and discussion regarding ratification of union contracts. We'll be bringing with us Attorney Nelligan, Town Manager Harrington, and Dave Satterini
Yes.
for the Bridge Street discussion.
Is there a second?
Sorry, pronounced it wrong, but
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? 9:53.
You gonna make it through the meeting?
That's in my throat.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
And then my lunch started. Tomorrow. Thank you. What's coming from me?
3 is Brixby, was
Hopefully no one did for you.
I know, you guys are waiting.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
So number 3 out.
Yeah, just to point out that they've been aware since August, and it's only because we sent you that email that this happened.
Okay.
But these are the thoughts. And so, to be very clear, I because I
We are back from executive session at 10:38 PM. Moving on to 13, new business. Item A, discussion, possible action regarding the Smolak case. Do we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the stipulation regarding the disposition of dogs as reviewed by Town Council and authorize the Town Manager to execute the stipulation on behalf of the Town of Winchester.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Troy. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may add a little bit, because I see that a crowd has stayed with us, and I'm proud of this crowd. Most people wouldn't stick around for this lengthy of a meeting, and it was not done on purpose. There was a lot of business to get done tonight. But there was a list of requests that was submitted with the binder that you provided. As stated during public input, that we understand where Brixby is. He is with, and it's been confirmed with the Simon Foundation, that Brixby, that is, a request that the town had been working on, and it is where, you all wanted. Not saying you're gonna get everything. Another request was that negotiating a surrender of all the dogs required that the surrender free and clear with no terms that permit or guarantee ownership of adoption by individuals associated with Smolex. The stipulation that the Board of Selectmen is about to vote on states that these dogs are open for adoption and there's no first right of refusal on any of these dogs, okay? There is none, all right? They are going to be vetted by the ACO, and the ACO then has the permission to then put those dogs where the ACO feels that is the best environment for that dog. I don't even need to go to the second one because I've already addressed the first one. Brixby we already took care of, and then execute necessary paperwork over the ownership of Ike to the Simon Foundation. Do you guys have Ike right now? He is with Foster. Are you looking to bring Ike back into the Foster, or back into Simon, or stay with the existing Foster?
They would like to adopt.
They would like to adopt. So that's an example of, then they can apply for adoption. And obviously, if they've checked all of the boxes, Ike will then be, adopted by that particular family. So when I look at the 4 demands, and I look at the stipulation that the board is about to vote on, I would say the town did, I'm gonna use a word, a pretty damn good job that we were able to meet the request, but this has been working in the background for several weeks. There are countless hours that have been poured into this. I stated publicly at several Board of Selectmen meetings that I am a dog lover. This was not something that ever got pushed off to the side. When you see the stipulation, which will be a live document, you'll note that the dogs are free and clear. There's no first right of refusal. Everybody has the ability to apply for adoption. Kim, the ACO, is gonna vet it, and all of these dogs will finally be adopted. And to be completely honest, I think the town can finally say, we're out of the dog business, and hope we don't get back into it. But I think we finally got to where we needed to get to, that these dogs will go to good homes. We don't obviously want any of the ownership of the dogs. I'm not gonna hold up any of the ownership of the dogs. Granted, with the stipulation, the dogs become ours, but we wanna adopt them all out, give them their forever homes.
Mr. Harrington, the ACO guided the dogs to be placed with small X fosters prior to the 7/1 date. How can we know that the Harvington ACO, at the direction of their attorney as referenced in the documentation and proof that we provided, will not be routed to those dogs? Will the Simon Foundation take part in this process, as was directed by the court? In fact, directed and requested by her own attorney, Mr. James Saracen.
Lengthy question. I will state, per the stipulation that we have on the table, you want to talk with our ACO to express your concerns, to make sure those dogs go where you all think there's good homes, but ultimately it's gonna be left up to the ACO of where they are placed. We cannot, and I'm gonna state, we cannot discriminate against anyone for applying for the dogs. We cannot.
Will they follow the court's orders?
We have followed with all the court's orders. I will,
If the dogs were I'm not trying to be argumentative, but you can see in accordance with the evidence that those dogs were placed prior to July 1st. The stipulation 111.00 that was filed with the court on June 18th indicates that small X suggestions for fostering could not apply prior to 7.
And there's no indication in that record that Smolak direct the dogs to, these people to apply. They applied on their own.
No, your town attorney
So,
did.
whoa, so I'm gonna chime in, this isn't a back and forth, I just wanted to give, so the entire time, the dogs' locations have been overseen and approved by the civil judge, the criminal judge, the prosecutor, the detective, the chief of police, and the ACO, and myself. We knew where these dogs were at the entire time, and all of those people that I've just mentioned were always involved in knowing where the dogs were. You know, there were a lot of comments that were made during public input of this, that. I have all of the information, and all of that information came to me on a daily basis, right? And I felt comfortable with the dogs continuously.
Placing them prior to July 1st with your fosters.
Who placed them on prior to July 1st?
The Harwington ACO.
Who placed them prior to July 1st?
Harwington ACO.
That is incorrect.
Who did?
Simon Foundation.
Simon Foundation.
They were told to.
Were
Who-
not. hold
who
on.
placed
Simon
the dogs?
Foundation was never told, and you heard from Simon Foundation this evening that her fosters were not eligible to apply until July 1st at 2 p.m.
I also heard from Simon Foundation that Brixby needs to be turned over, which it already was during public input.
I wrote this several days ago, so we appreciate.
If you're
that he was turned
reading,
over
if you're
today.
reading a note and you see Brixby,
But he was turned over today.
okay, but you're here 5 hours, 6 hours after the fact.
We are not from the Simon Foundation, and I have no knowledge that he was turned in. I imagine that that was done in advance of today's meeting, and we appreciate that.
Actually, it was just working all behind the
That's
scenes of getting it.
fantastic. That's fantastic. I think the issue here is that the civil court judge, does the civil court judge know that those fosters that are listed in the police report as small X suggestion for fostering, that they were placed prior to July 1st?
Yes, again, I'm gonna go back. The
Because
entire
the
time.
criminal court, we are there for every appearance.
I understand
And I
that.
can assure you that the criminal court judge made no direction on the placement of the dogs, because the criminal court judge only has purview on conditions of the defendant. He does not have purview over the judge. In fact, Judge Proleski at the civil hearing back in August said that the municipality or the town that sees the dogs has the opportunity to place them accordingly. And so what we don't understand is when we FOIA all of the documentation, we see email after email that per Attorney Nelligan, the Harwington ACO directed Simon Foundation to knowingly place the dogs with her foster prior to the July 1st deadline. Would Attorney Nelligan like to respond directly?
Yeah, it's just not.
It's not public comment right now. We've given you some leeway.
We appreciate that. We've also spent 24 hours coming up here and advocating for the dogs, and our expectation or hope is that this is going to end.
This
today
is
and
not
not
public
over.
comment right now. When we get to public comment, you may speak for 3 more minutes. We have a minute to finish.
So I'm gonna end with this, and then the board's gonna take a vote. I look at this sheet that has 4 or 5 requests on it. The town hit every single one of those requests.
So you're moving Oakley and Eeyore and
I'm not moving any, they're free to be adopted.
I will clear this room. You will get the chance to talk during public comment. Continue, town manager.
So, again, these dogs, if the board authorizes me to sign the stipulation agreement, these dogs are free to be adopted. I don't know which more you want the town to do. You wanted these dogs to be able to be adopted. That was where a lot of this started. We've accomplished that tonight. Where they ultimately end up, I can't answer that right now. I don't know who's gonna apply for adoption. I don't know if any of you currently are, well, I do know one. If you're gonna, probably you're gonna apply, but I can't say that tonight that I know that 10 people that are fostering are gonna step up to and adopt. If you want me to confirm that, I can't tonight. I simply cannot. I can't confirm that the ones that are housing the 3 dogs are gonna apply for adoption or not gonna apply for adoption. I don't know the answer. I know the answer that you all wanted us to get those dogs adopted out. That's what we're doing.
Our ask was to get the dogs to safe fosters, that was in compliance.
And I can tell you right now, knowing our ACOs, they are going to make sure, they will ensure that these dogs are in safe homes forever.
So will you be correcting the violation of the placements of those dogs with small fosters?
This is your last chance.
I am not
Hold your
correcting
comments.
anything.
I will hold my.
As of whenever this agreement is signed, I'm adopting all the dogs out. Every single one of them. I'm not correcting anything. Nothing needs to be corrected because the dogs can be up for adoption starting tomorrow morning. Literally what you've asked, free and clear.
I'll wait till I can comment, I don't want to upset the mayor.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion by the board?
I think what's important to also reference is that this does not release the woman from any responsibility for any costs incurred, nor does it release her from any criminal liability or penalties that may be imposed in a criminal case. This simply allows the dogs to be adopted so they can be safe.
And that she voluntarily, knowingly, and irrevocably relinquishes and forfeits all right, title, and interest in the dogs.
Correct.
All in favor? Unanimous. Moving on to item B, discussion possible action regarding 48 Bridge Street. We have no action to take on 48 Bridge Street. Item C, discussion possible action regarding the ratification of union contracts.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the town of Winchester and the Winchester Supervisors Association, NAGE, Local RI-370 as presented. There's more. Sorry.
Jump the gun.
This agreement sets forth the terms and conditions of employment for the supervisory bargaining unit, including wages, benefits, work conditions, and duration, effective upon execution through June 30th, 2028. Further, I move to authorize the town manager to execute the final agreement on behalf of the town and take all necessary actions to implement its provisions. Now I say.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Cheryl. Any other discussion on the contract? All in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the Board of Selectmen hereby approve the tentative agreement between the town of Winchester and the United Public Service Employees Union, known as UPSEU, representing department head assistants, secretaries, receptionists, and clerical employees as presented. There's more. This agreement covers all terms and conditions of employment for the bargaining unit, including wages, benefits, hours, and other working conditions, and shall be effective upon execution through June 30th, 2028. Further, I move that the town manager, Paul Harrington, is authorized to execute the final agreement on behalf of the town to take all necessary actions to implement its provisions. Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Beautiful.
Moving on to item 14, citizens' comments. Now you may speak. Just turn the microphone on, please.
I know it's been a heated evening. Obviously, we're very passionate about wanting to protect the dogs, and I don't want to make any insinuation. I know that you guys are trying to do what you can. Our biggest concern about this agreement is having the ACOs do the placement. They're all brand new ACOs. None of them are experienced in the town of Harwinton, and I'm highly concerned that they don't have the proper skill set to vet applications, especially in such a sensitive case. That is the huge anxiety, and also because of how things happened in the date order of dogs being directed to go to her people when there were other fosters who weren't associated with her, who were being put forth, that it really reeks of impropriety. And it really reeks of actively trying to get the dogs to her people for some potential quid pro quo. And that's a concern we have in having the ACOs do the adoption process, because they work for the town. They're in contract with the town, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We want to believe you, we want to believe, but all of the evidence shows that there were some things that were done to drive these dogs to her people when there were totally unaffiliated fosters who were willing to help. And that's our concern. So that's why, yes, we're very happy that Brixby is at Simon Foundation. Please sign the surrender form for Ike so he can get adopted. But these 3 dogs, we are terrified are going to go back to her people and eventually end up back to her. This woman is a professional at disappearing dogs. This isn't just somebody who has a mental health issue. This isn't just somebody who made a mistake or had a bad day. She has been doing it for years, over multiple towns. She has injured countless rescue organizations. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. I know you've signed it, but this is our concern, and we really hope that maybe we can have some dialogue with Harwinton and express our concerns with the ACO to ensure that they're doing their absolute due diligence to make sure these dogs only get to the best homes and the best people. Thank you.
You're welcome.
On May 30th, which you have the court transcript from the judge in the civil case, it was requested and ordered by the judge that the Simon Foundation assist with the adoptions as well as the foster placements for those dogs. So we respectfully request that the Simon Foundation continues to be involved in the screening and applications and assisting the Harvington ACOs in making those decisions, so that if there is any appearance of potential impropriety, that can be mitigated by both parties that are involved, that will make sure that the dogs are placed appropriately. I would like to remind you again in Exhibit 1, April 3rd, and this is written by Detective Crean, who submitted police report number 25-1432. On April 3rd, I received an email from attorney James Saracini, who wrote that he had spoken to Smolak, and she responded as follows. Attorney Saracini suggested the following parties care for the dogs while the matter is pending. Beth Hernciar and Darren O'Halloran are both listed in the April 3rd police report. So perhaps you may not have been aware of the report at the time. We certainly brought it to light in August and bring it to your attention today, that it's very clear the control that was exhibited by Smolak and by her attorney to route these dogs to her people, and that is documented by your own detective. Please also keep in mind that the criminal case is separate and aside from the civil case. The criminal case governs just that, the defendant in the case. The civil case is what governs the dogs, and I don't think that it is an unreasonable request for the Simon Foundation to be involved. I urge you to take a few more minutes before you vote and look at the emails between Harwington ACO and the Simon Foundation. Every single email says, at the town attorney's direction, they have to place these dogs with small fosters well before the deadline. So I understand this is not an open discussion or a debate. However, we believe that these omissions and facts are critical, and that's why we're here tonight. I spent 12 hours traveling here today, as did many of the folks that are here behind me. So if the intent is really to protect the dogs, let's not sweep this under the rug. We've got the Simon Foundation, an extremely credible organization, to continue to work with Harwington ACO on the placements. That is what the judge ordered. That is what's in the transcript from May 30th. So while there is a new stipulation that's on the table that actually surrenders the rest of the dogs, that's fantastic, but it doesn't relieve the town of their duty to follow the court's orders on May 30th. And I will just repeat before I wrap up, that Smalla cannot control the dogs. The dogs could not be placed, and her suggestions for fostering could not apply until 7/1, and that the Simon Foundation would assist with all of these placements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Just a quick note. Again, we're kind of newer, seeing us here, and I appreciate the work that you guys are doing alongside. But I just want to make it known, because you might not know, because you were mentioning you don't know where they might go. Every foster that is not affiliated with her wants to adopt. They've, basically the foster process is very similar to the adoption application. I will have them pursue that additionally, and upon approval, we can move forward with their adoptions. I also have pre-approved fosters, the ones that were interested in Eorf, Luke, and Oakley, that are interested in adoption as well. So just be aware that I do have solid foster / already fostered adopters, and I would be very happy to assist or even just vet and work with Kim. She's welcome to speak with me. May not look like it, but I have 20 years of rescue, 10 years at Simon Foundation, and we've worked very closely with a lot of these dogs who, some of the ones that previously were already released have been adopted. So we take our vetting screening very seriously, vet references, personal references, Google Earth, social media, you name it, we look into it. So I really, because you don't know us face to face as well, I want you to have that faith in us. We take it very seriously. We vetted them just like we would any one of our dogs. If I can't send my own dog to this home, they're not going. And it might sound a little harsh, but because of all this that goes on, especially the crisis that rescue is in, we are 20 steps ahead now because otherwise we're gonna be in a perpetual cycle of the crisis that we're in. So I just ask that you please have faith in us and just take into consideration that we would be very happy to assist and forward all of those resources and information and talk with Kim if she has any questions. And as soon as I have any of those applications and if we can at least receive them through the same process, happy to send them over to her and just have a discussion about it. But it would be appreciated, and if possible, I'm happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
I'll be very brief. You need to sign the surrender form for Ike.
I'm gonna comment on that, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. He's available for adoption. I'm not gonna sign a surrender form, I'm gonna sign an adoption form. Do you want me to surrender or you want it adopted? Because tonight's stipulation, Ike can be adopted.
He's the town's dog.
He can be adopted as of tonight. Have the person that has Ike apply for adoption. Let's not surrender it, let's get the dog adopted. I'm getting
I'm not
yeses back there.
You need to surrender the
I
dog.
don't need to surrender, I need the dog adopted.
We
That's
all
what's
need the
gonna
dog
happen.
adopted to a proper adopter, yes.
Have the
Where he
person
is.
that currently is housing Ike apply for adoption.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anyways, I'm getting heated, and I usually don't.
Anyone else? Moving on to item 15, Selectmen's comments and reports.
Just really quick, this weekend, it's the start of a winter lecture series. It's at the library, starts at 10:30. It's We Hold These Truths, the Philosophy Behind the Constitution. It's done by Professor Hamish Lutris. And I'd like to thank the town clerk. I know he puts in a lot more than the hours that he works to sit here at these meetings, especially this time, and the extra time that he does when he's has to write these minutes out. So thank you for all your hard work, Mr. Clerk.
Other comments? One of the things that's been going around town lately, a lot of mailings and postcards to residents, homeowners, renters. Any mailings that you get, you should be thoroughly vetting before you call for service. As an example, I received something in my house about the water line from the town. I don't have town water. I've received a lot of cards from people wishing to buy houses. Make sure you vet anything that comes to you if you are remotely interested, because there are a lot of scam mailings going around.
And calls.
And calls.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Good night. Thank you all for coming
Do you
down.
guys want these books back?
It's only 11, who cares?
Well, I'm not gonna keep it in perpetuity, so that's why, if you wanna take it.
Well, I'd like to ask that question. I'm keeping my book. It's going in my dog, whole area of my bookshelf. So remind me, dog case.